Directory over LDAP. You can communicate with Active Directory over LDAP. So the main difference between Active Directory and FreeIPA or Red Hat Identity Management LDAP is really just the attributes that user objects and host objects have. Because in Active Directory, obviously you don't have POSIX attributes that exist by default. But in FreeIPA or some other form of Linux type LDAP, there are actual POSIX attributes there.
So talk to me about this. You have a system administrator, and they're looking at this, and they're excited by FreeIPA. They're on your website right now. They're looking at it. They're saying, this is a really great solution. I could really do this. And then they say, well, I have no idea how to do this. This is probably really difficult to set up. What does it take to actually get FreeIPA up and running?
It's actually pretty easy. There's one package that you need to install. You need to open a couple of firewall ports, and then after that, it's really just accessing the server through the fully qualified domain name. And you can it brings up a really nice GUI, and from there you can configure users. You can configure all of your sudo rules. You can manage your DNS. So it really doesn't take any time at all to do it.
Now, where is that GUI? Is that locally running on the machine, or is that in a web browser?
It's both. So you have Apache running on the machine itself, serving up the GUI, and with IPA you can manage. You can deploy up to what we have tested 60 IPA servers at one time. And
wow.
Yeah, you can log into any of their fully qualified domain names, and you'll see the same information because it's all replicated.
Wow, that's 60, huh?
Yep. We don't like people to try to create replication agreements more than 3 per machine because
Sure.
when a replication action is happening, it locks the machine. So if you have like 5 machines trying to request information, they're not going to get it. But if you set up like these clusters, you have these clusters of 4 servers, and then you've got replication agreements from one of those to another cluster. It's a really easy way to actually configure up to 60 servers at a time.
That's fantastic. And so this can be, if you can manage it through WebUI, I assume you can manage it remotely then too. If you're not there, you don't have to actually forward an SSH session or anything like that.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. You can log into the IPA server through SSH. We've got really easy to use, easy to learn CLI commands. If you are running an IPA client, you can actually use those commands from the client itself, so you don't have to actually be logged into the IPA server.
Wow, that's incredible. Now, how about going the other way? Can you get Windows computers to authenticate into a FreeIPA system?
Yep. So what you do is you set up your IPA domain, you have your Active Directory domain, and then there's 2 or 3 commands you run on the IPA server to configure what I mentioned earlier, the one-way trust between Active Directory and IPA. And at that point, you can ID your Active Directory users. You can SSH as your Active Directory users into the IPA servers and any IPA clients that are configured to them.
That's absolutely incredible. I'm really impressed with what the FreeIPA project is doing, and we hope to use that more in production in the near future. Now, I noticed when I came up to your demonstration booth, you are running your daily driver is Fedora?
Yeah, I use Fedora as my work laptop. Just because it gives me a lot of flexibility, and I also use it as my hypervisor. I run all of my virtual machines on my laptop.
Wow, and so that's one of those things too. It's like when the latest MacBook came out and it was capped at 16 gigs of RAM. I think there was a lot of people that said, this is a real problem for those of us that work in the industry because if you're spinning up more than a couple virtual machines and you have 16 gigs of RAM total to use, I mean that can be kind of hindering.
I agree, but it's really, it really depends on the hardware. And Red Hat's a really cool company. We've got really great hardware. We partner with Lenovo, and their laptops are pretty powerful.
Yeah, it's sitting right in front of me, man.
Yeah.
Got the X270. And the interesting thing is, we have had, just an aside, in the broadcasting world, we deal with a lot of these capture devices, and sometimes they work and sometimes they don't work. And a lot of that is dependent on the USB bus and how much saturation that bus gets. And I am using this little USB-C dock, and I have all of these devices plugged into this little USB-C dock, and I've had 0 problems with my machine running today, as opposed to fully built desktop machines that we've tried that run into this USB bandwidth issues. I agree with you. Lenovo does make an exceptionally powerful, great machine. But I noticed your login manager does not look like anything I've ever seen on a Fedora box. Talk about that.
So on my Fedora box, I use KDE as my desktop, but my login manager is actually SDDM, which is another option for having a front end to logging into your desktop experience. So KDE by default comes with KDM as the login manager, but I like to switch that to SDDM mainly for my work laptop authenticates to Red Hat servers.
Sure.
And I use SSSD as the caching utility, and it works really well with SDDM. I have a lot less problems than with KDM.
And you're obviously you're on KDE.
Yeah, I run KDE Plasma 5.
And what do you think about, because that's a big thing right now in the Linux desktop world, is as Canonical has come to brought back to GNOME, and now Red Hat is obviously have a large presence with GNOME default desktop in both Fedora and in Red Hat. Do you find that you think KDE is a superior desktop as far as like a daily driver kind of a thing?
I think it really depends on the user using the desktop experience. If you're used to using something like GNOME, and which kind of, in my opinion, kind of looks a lot like Mac OS.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Then it's a really great utility to use. But I grew up on Windows XP and Windows 98, so having a bar at the bottom with my application launcher, that's something I'm used to. But it really depends on what you're used to.
Yeah, I've really been reevaluating what I want to run as a desktop, and I've had a couple weird issues with GNOME, and so I've kind of toyed with KDE. And so, but your login manager, one thing that I noticed is that you can actually enter in a username. You can type it in and log in. You said that's pretty beneficial when you're logging into to a work laptop?
Yeah, some login managers are configured to look directly at Etsy password and Etsy shadow for authentication information, but some of them give you the ability to actually type a username into the login field, and that's one of the main reasons that I chose SDDM, because it's for SSSD as the application caching utility. It doesn't put anything in the Etsy password. It has its own database. So SDDM speaks to DBus, and it allows me to log in without any issues.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come on the Ask Noah program. A big thank you to your team at the Free IPA project. Obviously, a huge thank you to everyone at Red Hat that is supporting all of these great technologies that make it available for those of us that want to run Linux on the desktop. We hope to get you back on the program real soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, Stryker from the Free IPA project. A huge thank you to him for stopping by the Ask Noah booth and chatting with us. We really appreciated having him. And, why does this not surprise me that every time I find a really cool project that's doing really cool things, it just seems like at the heart of that particular project, somebody from the Red Hat project is involved. Why is that always a thing? Open phones this hour. It's a free call, 1-855-450-NOAH. That's 1-855-450-6624. We're taking your calls live from Southeast Linux Fest. So I want to preface this next interview as kind of interesting. And again, Red Hat's just going to get a little love this hour. But we had a gentleman that stopped by, and I had a conversation with him, a lengthy conversation. It started out with Linux, then it talked into open source, then computers and technology in general. And it's like we keep agreeing on these things. Eventually we got to politics and keep agreeing on these things. And he's actually from Canada, so it's like that's even more surprising, right? And the more I talk, the more I get to like this guy, the more I get to know this guy. And I said, just stop by, let's chat. Come by the booth, let's have a talk. And he goes, okay. So he stopped by and started talking, and turns out I was just going to talk to him as being just a Linux user, a guy that just is really passionate about Linux and doing some really cool things on Linux. It turns out he works at Red Hat as well. And it's interesting. Red Hat is such a large organization, so as I'm finding all these people, I'm like, well, this guy works at Red Hat, that guy works in that. So I started asking him, like, well, do you know so-and-so? No, they don't know. No, I don't. They all work from all over the place. It's just they all happen to come to this conference, and that should tell you something. So here is Steve from Red Hat. So I'm here with Steve at Southeast Linux Fest. Steve, welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Thanks, Noah.
Hey, so I understand that you are a longtime Linux advocate and Linux user, and you're using it on the desktop. Talk to me about what that's like working on Linux on the desktop.
Sure. So I remember starting with Linux on the desktop when it took 2.5 days to compile GNOME. That was way back when. I've been using Linux on the desktop ever since, although for a while, I interspersed Windows, so I had a media center that always has been Linux. It's been Linux since Ubuntu was first a thing, and because I was done with Gentoo at that point. And most of the time, it's been pretty smooth sailing. It in the early days, it took some technical aptitude to be able to work with things like wireless drivers. You used to have to use something called NDIS wrapper to get wireless to work, but things have evolved a lot, especially around the time of Vista. It became really easy to get your work done, whatever it was. Actually, to the point where when I was dating my now wife, I bought her a laptop. She never had one before, and I just gave her the laptop off the shelf, which we still have to this day. We've passed it down all this time, and it had Windows on it, and it had Vista, and she used it for about 3 days and hated it. She knew nothing about Linux. She just said, I want to use what you're using, and she's been using Linux ever since.
So tell me a little, what would you say to people that say that Linux is past its prime for Linux on the desktop, and that really these days we need to be moving towards things like Mac OS, because Mac OS is just good enough and it works? And what do you say to that when you're a person that wants to see Linux succeed on the desktop?
Yeah, sometimes it's a really hard question to tackle because the prevailing thought nowadays is, well, I'm using a tool. I'm not, I'm
Right.
not evangelizing something.
Right. This isn't a religion.
Yeah, exactly. To which I say, well, I suppose that's true, but the idea of using a tool is kind of like you can buy a tool that has a single purpose, or you can buy a tool where you know that you can do a lot of things, like a screwdriver with replaceable bits. And that's kind of how I look at Linux these days. I think it's still highly relevant and highly customizable. And especially with things like Electron coming to the desktop, our tools are getting better and better. And I think this is the last point in time where we should actually jump off to something else. And it's somewhat easier to evangelize Linux nowadays because most people work in the browser, and Netflix works, like everything you expect to have, Netflix, Spotify, all of that kind of stuff, it all just runs.
Yeah, the computer, the local computer almost becomes a conduit into the services and applications that we use.
Absolutely.
How have you found it to be able to use Linux to get work done? Because I know you use Linux professionally as well as just at home. Have you been able to get all of your work done on Linux?
Yeah, actually, so I work for Red Hat, and at work I use Fedora, and I have found for work purposes, Fedora is fantastic. Sometimes you have some problems with interfacing with clients because they have some sort of proprietary thing. They're, like, the new popular thing is they have like a USB dongle in their conference rooms and stuff like that you plug into your laptop, and it's supposed to just do some magic to project onto the screen, and that doesn't work very well.
Sure.
But aside from that, like actually just getting work done, it is really easy for me to be able to drop into all Windows environment and work.
Do you find you find yourself working in clients of Red Hat then?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
and so some of those clients of Red Hat, they are Windows shops. They're just using Red Hat on the server, or maybe they have a Red Hat service kind of a thing.
Yeah. And so I'm actually at a client right now that supports Ubuntu on the laptop, which is really nice. I get to go there, and they issue me an Ubuntu laptop, which I'm seeing more and more of that in different clients, which is a nice surprise. I get to go places, and instead of being issued a Windows laptop, I'm actually, even though, as a Red Hat employee, I'd like to see something like Fedora or even a RHEL CSB sort of thing. But just the fact that desktop Linux has come far enough that is now actually in mainstream support for some very large companies that you have heard of.
Do you think that, I guess you've kind of implied it, but just coming out and asking, the Fedora 6-month release cycle and the very nature of Fedora has always kind of been bleeding edge software, leading edge, maybe not bleeding edge. Do you think that it is an appropriate choice for like a serious workforce, for people that maybe don't want to tinker with the computer, they just want to be able to get their work done? Is that still a viable distro choice for them?
So my disclaimer is I don't work for the Fedora project, right?
Sure. Yeah.
I think that I should make that clear. I don't speak for them. This is my personal opinion.
Right.
I think that Fedora's release cycle is overstated in the mainstream media. And the reason why I say that is because we're coming up on Fedora 26, and Fedora 23 is still in support, right?
Sure.
So, yes, we have a much faster release process, and we don't have the LTS style. I would say that, so here's an example. My 6-year-old's laptop is a Fedora laptop. That's the kind of confidence that I have that he can use it, you know?
Sure.
I set it up. It doesn't crash. I haven't had any of the problems with GNOME that Chris has talked about.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of baffles me. But just in general, I don't really tinker with Fedora. It has the stuff that I need to get done and the stuff that he needs to do, and that's it.
When you talk about the release, or 23 still being supported, how long is a Fedora release officially supported before security updates and stuff like that aren't being pushed?
I actually don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. All I know is for what I see, like we have internally a thing called Memo List where announcements like that kind of go out saying, you know, hey, it's time to roll off this or whatever. So I don't actually know. I just have seen that. I know colleagues that are still on 23 and using it daily.
Okay, and they've not had any issues. You know, one thing that I have always been very impressed by, and it is what gives me so much respect for the Red Hat company, is that, and I don't have a more graceful way to put this, but you guys eat your own dog food. I've toured Red Hat. I've done interviews at Red Hat. I've walked around your at least the Raleigh campus. You guys, everyone there, has ThinkPads with Red Hat on it. And I mean, if there are some MacBooks, if there are some Windows machines, there aren't many, and they are few and far between. And so the ability for you guys to say, listen, we are north of a $2 billion in revenue company, and we believe so much in the products that the software that we are selling and giving away, in the case of Fedora, that we run our whole business on it, you know, essentially. I think that's really cool. And the other thing that I understand is that Red Hat is very, very accommodating of allowing different types of workflows and different type of work environments, you know, for people that work remotely and at home and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm actually planning to give a talk on this at Ohio Linux Fest coming up in September. So as long as that all gets approved, I want to talk about how things are at Red Hat, because a lot of people ask me, and there's a lot of, I don't want to say suspicion, but kind of questioning about, well, is this PR that I'm getting when people answer this question? So my role is not, I'm not at all related to an outreach team. You know, I'm completely customer facing. I don't have any interest in evangelizing for Red Hat, because people who know me, I'm just going to say how it is.
How it is, yeah.
And it is really interesting to see that the internal debates that happen, like moving to Gmail for our email, has spurred a lot of open source advocacy inside of the company, and they actually allow a splinter group. You know, this group is really opposed to it, so they still get to maintain their own email. And we have these kind of factions that actually break out. Like we have Confluence as a wiki, but we have Mojo as a wiki, and there are people that will not use JavaScript, and so there is a tool for them to get their job done that does not involve JavaScript.
See, in a world where I am being told, at every turn that big companies, serious conferences, real developers, real professionals, they don't have time to be bogged down with this open source silly nonsense. They don't have time to be bothered with this Linux on the desktop, charade. We have work to get done. We have important things to do. We have, we're the big leagues. And here you have a company that, Red Hat, they can compete with the best of them. And here you're telling me they are making these tools, to accommodate these people's, sincere convictions, sincere beliefs. It really, really speaks well to your company's ethos. It speaks well to the employee's character. It speaks well to this idea that you guys, really believe what it is that you're selling, and I think it really makes you guys stand out as a company. And you're an example, because I'm sitting here talking to you about and we talked late into last night about all the various things that we have done with Linux on the desktop, and I think that's really cool. So if you had to pick if you had to look at the different distros that are out there, again, you don't represent the Fedora project. So, are there any other distro that you're a particular fan of, or you think it's a really cool distro to use, or somebody could try on desktop?
Yeah, so I'm actually a contributing developer to Integros. Before I joined Red Hat, I was a lot more active in the packaging and stuff like that. Now I'm kind of relegated to kind of triage Git issues and stuff like that, so that the two main developers can actually get a better handle on things like that. So my wife and I both use Integros at home, and I think really for anyone who wants to use Arch, it really does provide a nice entryway into there.
Yeah, it's fantastic. When the first time I installed Arch, I did it from scratch, mostly as a learning experiment, and I'm glad that I did. To this day, I'm glad that I did that. But going back and looking at what it would take to actually use it as a daily driver, I could never actually use Arch because I don't have the time to set all of that up. And Integros makes it as simple, if not simpler, in a lot of ways to install Integros as it is to install like an Arch-based distro as it is to install a Fedora or an Ubuntu. So I think that's a really interesting thing. And then of course you get the package management on top of it. In your use of Arch, have you run into some weird, quirky problems that you just gotta say, well, I'm using bleeding edge software, so I expect this?
Actually, Arch has been the least problematic of all of the things that I've ever used. And I say that with all sincerity. As long as you're aware when you're updating your kernel.
Yes.
Right? That's the thing that is a little bit different from anything else, is we only carry one kernel. And so there is no rolling back. So if you updated your kernel and you didn't reboot your box, you're going to have some weirdness because that kernel literally no longer exists on your system. And that causes things like NFS will break on you and like all kinds of weirdness. So if you're aware, then my answer is no. I haven't run into anything that's weird from bleeding edge software.
Now, do you use the LTS kernel or do you use whatever the latest kernel is?
I roll the latest kernel. My wife rolls the LTS.
Okay, fantastic. And both you've seen pretty much not a huge issue with either one.
Nope.
Outstanding. Well, thank you so much, Steve, for taking the time to chat with us. We really appreciate it. And I look forward to staying in contact with you. I know we exchanged some Telegram information, and we'd look forward to having you on the program again soon.
I appreciate it, Noah, and I wanted to say I appreciate what you do for the end users. I think that is a vital thing that you provide to the community, and it's really important to be able to send people, hey, if you've got questions or, there's a community of people you can listen to that is brand new or, is just learning just like you are, and that's a fantastic resource.
Hey, we appreciate it, brother. We're cut from the same cloth. Take care.
Thanks.
All right. Again, that was Steve, and he was from Red Hat. I didn't find that out until partway through the interview, but that's okay. Hey guys, I want to take a break from playing some of these interview clips. We'll have more coming up, maybe not in this episode, but in a future episode. And let me tell you, if you want one heck of a show, if you want to hear like the best talk I have ever heard, you won't hear the talk. I'm not going to play I'll play clips. I'll play the relevant clips of the talk. But I got an interview with one of the most well-spoken, articulate guys, and he is touching on something truly controversial, and he's 100% right about this. You need to hear his message. We're going to have that coming up for you on the Ask Noah Show Monday at 6 p.m. Central. Again, that'll be on 88.3 OPFM and jblive.tv. Now, I want to talk about a really cool new toy that I have been playing with. Let's take a little bit of a history lesson. A few months ago, Chris and I had a simultaneous freak out over password managers because we were both using LastPass, and LastPass got bought out to a terrible company. And so we decided we were going to go into a different solution. So Chris went to this, convoluted, CLI thing that he was, SSHing in, and it was very complicated to me. But it worked for him for a little bit, and then eventually I think he actually wound up back on LastPass. Now, I started out on the Firefox Password Manager, actually wrote it almost all the way through, up until just a month or so ago when I switched to KeePassX. And I've been very happy with KeePassX. I thought it's done a very good job for me. Very simple to use, and I'm using CFile to sync that file across all my machines. Works very well. Doesn't necessarily work so well on mobile, though. Well, there is an answer. I have a new password manager that I'm in love with, and this is the Multipass, MOOLTIPASS, and you can read about it at themultipass.com. Now, what the Multipass is a hardware-based password manager. And this is a very cool device. So basically what it does is it comes with a device that's an LCD screen, a rocker switch, a selector switch, and a USB cable. Now you enter your passwords in on this device, and the device then encrypts the password using a smart card. So the interesting thing about the way that they do that, right, is because there is a smart card encrypting all of the passwords, the device itself isn't necessarily what needs to be secured. I mean, the passwords that are stored on the device need to be secured, but there is the real security is in having this smart card that you have to insert. Additionally, there is a PIN to unlock the smart card. So we go back to the security model that I'm a real fan of, and that is something you have and something you know. Now, how does a multipass work? First thing I asked about it, does it work on Linux? The answer is unequivocally yes, it works on Linux. Now, there's a couple different ways you can use the multipass. The first way is you can use it as a standard USB input keyboard device. So you plug the USB cable in, you select the site that you want to log into. It does not display the password on the LCD on the device, but it transmits it plain text as if you were typing it in on your keyboard. So you can just log in to your site that way. However, it goes way further than that. It has native integration on multiple web browsers. So whether you're using Firefox or Chrome, you are able to add an extension into your web browser. And when you visit a site, what the multipass is going to do is it's going to go out to the multipass. It's going to say, go ahead and insert your smart card. You put that in. Go ahead and put your PIN in. You put that in. It says, okay, now I have access to your password database. If you visit a site that that the multipass has a stored password for, it automatically calls out to the device, takes the unencrypted password, transmits it through its own channel, and enters it into your web browser for you, and you're signed into the site. So the great thing about this is, right, one, it can't necessarily be caught by a traditional keylogger if it's going through the browser extension, but if you need to fall back, like you're using a public kiosk or something like that, you can just plug this USB cable in, sign in with your PIN, your smart card, stuff like that, and you're able to access any of these websites that you have stored. Additionally, it is based on open source security models. So all of these, there's a lot of engineers, and their expertise says that this is a very secure device. They've gone and reviewed a lot of this stuff. Now, you're asking yourself, because I asked myself, what do you do if you lose this smart card that is encrypting your passwords? Well, it turns out you can back these things up. So you put this card in, you choose duplicate card, and it will actually duplicate the card onto a backup smart card. So you can actually have a spare device stored with all of your passwords. You can duplicate this thing, leave it in like a safety deposit box, duplicate the smart card, leave that somewhere secure, and then have one that you take with you and and continue to use. Now, the great thing about it emulating a keyboard, another thing that is really neat about this, let's say you are doing a SSH session, or a something that you're accessing, or maybe you're going through DigitalOcean console, and so you have a web browser Java thing up, right? Nothing is really going to tie into that, but because it's a standard USB keyboard device, it's just going to enter the information as if you were actually typing it out. So it's a very, very cool device, and it is unequivocally, once you see this thing in action, it is absolutely the only way to go. This two-factor idea of something you have, something you know, but something I can back up. The fact that it has a native integration, so once I've unlocked the device, I'm sitting at work, it just works. My understanding is that it works with Android, obviously works with Linux, and you can buy as many of these smart cards to encrypt it. I really think this is the way to go. This is going to be the future of password managers. So again, Multipass, MOOLTIPASS. Website is the Multipass, the MOOLTIPASS.com. You can read about it. You can read more about it there. Coming up the next week, we are going to be doing broadcast. Anytime you're doing it remotely, it's a pain. If you have ever worked in this industry and you've ever gone somewhere and tried to do something on the road, it's a major pain to do any of this stuff. Part of that is because we have to build an entire studio anywhere we go. So we got here, vehicle trouble aside, very late Thursday, and ended up not getting actually to the conference until halfway through Friday, and spent the first couple of hours setting all of this stuff up and then testing all this stuff to make sure it works. And then after we got all that done, then we had to start actually planning for the Ask Noah show, because we were going to do it live, tonight. And so in between all of this, though, I'm actually still trying to attend the conference, and I'm trying to grab interviews for you guys to bring you up-to-date, relevant information about Linux and open source related technologies. So it has been a little bit of a challenge to get all of this stuff up and running and working. Well, one of the things that I have done since day one, when I knew that we were going to do the Ask Noah show, and I knew that it was going to be on a weekday, because I knew that's when you guys would be able to call in. If we did it on a weekday night, people want to go out of town on the weekends with their families, so the weekends really isn't going to work. During the day, I have a daytime job. I got to put food on the table, so I can't be doing a show in the middle of the day, and you guys have jobs, so you can't be calling in during the day. So we knew early on that we had to do the show at night. But what that also meant was it meant that frequently Altispeed Technologies is growing. We are growing every single day, and we are taking on more and more clients. We're doing managed services now. So if you have a business and you don't want to deal with your IT, you can simply give us a call, and we will outsource that for a flat fee per server, per month, per network switch, per month, per workstation, per month, whatever that is. You can call customer care 1-866-280-1433, and they would be happy to set you up with a quote on what it would take to manage your particular network if you want to offload that to us. But in doing that, that means that oftentimes I am required to travel. So, for example, even the beginning of this week, I spent the first part of my week at a law office in Wisconsin, going through, working on setting up some of their issues and troubleshooting, and just putting some FaceTime in, with some clients. That's always a good thing to do. But because of that, I need to be able to do the show mobilely. I need to be able to do it from wherever I am. And so we designed this system that can fit into a Pelican 1510, case and be thrown into the back of my Jeep, or checked in an airline, or thrown in the back of an RV. And my plan was, if I needed to, I would just open this case up, take all of this stuff out, spend about an hour and a half assembling it, and I would have a mini studio inside of my RV. Now, that was a great plan. It really was. One thing I didn't really consider is I have 3 children under the age of 6, and you cannot do anything with 3 children under the age of 6 within a 50-foot radius where you need it to be even remotely quiet. If you go back and listen to some of these interviews, you can actually see them. You can hear them running around screaming their heads off because they're like banshees. Just, it's unbelievable. So I started to think about what we're going to do this time, because the last time we tried to do 2 live shows back to back, basically one day in between. We tried to do this back at Linux Fest Northwest, and it kind of blew up in my face. We were driving on the road, and I had all of the stuff planned out, but by the time we actually got on the road, traffic hit, and we got stuck in Seattle traffic. And we got a little bit through, and I was like, well, how far can we push this before we really need to call in and just bail on this? So it's very embarrassing, because we had made an announcement that week that this was going to happen. We were going to do the show. Didn't end up doing the show. It was very frustrating, and so we had to bail. Well, this time, it's not going to happen, because this time I have a plan. So I had the original plan. I was going to do this in the RV. That did not end up working out, and so I got in contact with my friends over at Cincinnati Public Radio. That's home to 90.9 WGUC and 91.7 WVXU. Now, these guys, Rick and his team, they're really fascinating guys, very awesome guys, and I had spoken to them, and I said, listen, here's the thing. I'm on the road. I do a talk radio show once a week, and I'm going to be doing it live from the Fest floor. Now, we're going to have a great internet connection. We're going to have a mostly reasonably quiet environment to record in. But on the way back, as I'm traveling back to North Dakota, I'm not going to have any place to broadcast. And so, is there any way that you could help us out? And Rick said, you know what, that's not a problem. We would be happy to host you here at Cincinnati Public Radio. We'd be happy to have you. We got a great broadcasting facility. And so he hooked me up with their engineer, their station engineer. So I guess, to put it lightly, their people talked to my people, and people did the things that they do, and they set everything up, and they got all the technical things worked out, so we're going to be able to broadcast on the air. Then I got in contact with our radio station, KEQQ 88.3 LPFM, said we need to be able to get the stream back to JB so it goes out over the internet. They say, we'll take care of that. That's no problem. We'll handle that part of it. So they got all of that stuff worked out. So Monday, 6 p.m. Central, that's 2 days from now, our normal showtime, we are going to be live at Cincinnati Public Radio in Cincinnati, Ohio. Again, home 90.9 WGUC and 91.7 WVXU. And thank you so much to Rick and his team for being willing to host the Ask Noah show, because I quite honestly don't really know what we would have done without you guys. It's going to be a big help, and it's going to be a lot of fun to host there in Cincinnati, Ohio. We're looking forward to it. Everyone has been super friendly, and I want to thank Jeremy Sands, the guy who is in charge of Self here, all of the people that have stopped by the booth, all of the people, the speakers that have come there, all of them, most of them are on their own dime. 100% of them are on their own time, and they're not getting paid to be here. They come here to give of their time and will to enlighten everyone else and provide us with some talks. And like I said, you guys have no idea the treat you are in for come Monday when you hear what Paul has to say about I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to give it away, but he has some very controversial things, and he's 100% right. And it is a message to the Linux and open source community. It's a lesson to the programming community that nobody is talking about, and a lot of us are thinking. I have thought this myself, and as a person who has gone around and interviewed a lot of people in the open source community, there is a huge, huge problem, and we are not addressing it. And he tackles that problem head on, and he presents it in a very clear, concise way, and he was willing to come on the Ask Noah show and talk about it. And I thought it was so important, what he was saying, and it was such good content that we're going to dedicate almost an entire episode to it. Of course, we'll be taking your calls again live on Monday as well. So, hey, we need your help to spread the word of the show. Make sure to send people to the Ask Noah dashboard. That's the canonical place to find all of the resources for this show. Make sure to use our contact form and let us know what you think of this show. Your feedback helps direct the show. And, of course, make sure to tune in live, and we take your calls every Monday at 6 p.m. Central. That number, 1-855-450-NOAH. It's 1-855-450-6624. That brings us to the end of this live broadcast. We'll see you back in just 2 days, Monday at 6 p.m. Central. A huge thank you to Ben, our producer, Sarah, our call screener, and Rakai, our video editor. We'll hand you off to Crosspoint coming up next on Locals Radio, KEQQ 88.3, LPFM, Grand Forks.
important when if you send an email, you want to get a reply right away rather than have it delayed. Whereas
Yeah.
incoming mail from other people, you are willing to put up with the delay in order to
Check
deal
for
with the
spam.
spam. But when
You
can have
rarely reply
conversation
to
with
a
people,
spam
it's nice
message.
to have both.
Yeah,
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah. So in addition to the steps to set up your spamd.conf for both the primary and secondary, he also provides a copy of his to give you an idea of what works for him. He says the fourth and final step required for a spamd setup with a backup mail exchanger is to set up synchronization between the spamds. The synchronization keeps your gray lists in sync and transfers information on any gray trapped entries to the partner spamd. As the spamd man page explains, the synchronization options, lowercase y and uppercase y, are command line options to spamd, and it shows how to configure those with rc.conf.local. With those settings in place, you'll have more or less completed all 4 steps of the recipe, but if you want to keep going, it talks about configuring logging so that your spamd logs will go to a separate file, which can make it easier to reconcile the logs between the primary and the master, the primary and the secondary. But if you want, you can also set up the gray trapping. So this is basically creating specific inboxes on your domain that do not exist. And if anybody tries to send an email to them, you'll block that and basically auto blacklist them. And this can help you detect a lot of different types of spammers. It says gray trapping can be fun. You can search for posts on his site tagged with that. He talks about it extensively. To get you started, he also offered a published list of trap addresses. So you just want to replace his domain with yours in that. Just got links to that. And a nice readable version or a machine readable version. And he says, but good luck with setting up your mail server.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of links in
extensive
there.
updates to this post over the years, including one just recently as he was working on his BSDCAN PF and networking tutorial that if you might be able to take at BSDCAN if you're there.
Yeah, so the whole article is a good read with a lot of links to other sites and getting into more detail. So you might want to check that out and maybe apply it to your mail setup. Yeah, I think we should get Peter Hedstein on a show maybe in a future episode to talk about
We've
this
had
setup.
him once before, but we should get him again for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
So, onto the Beastie Bits.
Yeah, so the first one is status of FreeBSD's Capsicum on Linux. So that's an interesting turn of events here. So
Yes, well, so this has been going on for a while, but Google was sponsoring originally the work on Capsicum to get it into Linux because they wanted to be able to use it for the Chrome browser. But they have an update where you can see a bunch of stuff has actually been merged, and it basically talks about their approach to trying to get some of the same functionality that FreeBSD has, and some recipes. They even have some autoconf scripts for people writing an application so that they'll be able to use Capsicum on both Linux and FreeBSD with the same code.
yeah, so this looks nice, and I guess there's some progress to be made still, but it's coming along fine, from what I read.
Yeah, they have a not most up-to-date, but reasonably up-to-date list of some of the tools on FreeBSD that have been converted to use Capsicum, and then the list of tools that they've done on Linux as kind of a proof of concept.
Oh yeah, nice. That's good. Then people can compare and see whether their favorite utility has already been converted. Okay, next up, how to build a gateway from 1979. It's been a while.
Probably something akin to the first article on how to build a TCP IP router. But most of these basics still apply. It's very interesting to look at stuff this old and see how it turns out the IP protocol is basically the same as it was then, and it still works just fine.
Yeah, it's old but not stale, pretty much. And so it is. It starts with a little table of contents here, and begins basically by introducing the whole topic, and then continues into how the whole gateway stuff works, the initialization, and how the connectivity is determined to networks and to neighbors. And then, well, it's going into a little bit more detail then, but it's pretty much a nice write-up with some formulas in the middle. And for people who want to do a little bit of more history in that area, this article is a good way to start.
Yeah.
With in RFC style, the network packets and all that is displayed, and it's a nice thing. There's a lot of stuff at the end as well with links. No, there are no links, but there's how the whole system basically works together, and what actually makes it work, and the connections it has to other things that you basically take for granted these days.
Yep. So our next one is an article over at BSD Magazine. They have a Linux escapee, Hamza Shaikh,
Shape?
has an article on why they use FreeBSD. And it talks about their journey starting with Red Hat and then Red Hat Enterprise Linux in the 2000s, going forward, and walking through why they ended up on FreeBSD. A big part of that was ZFS and jails and dtrace and so on. But apparently part of it was BSD Now. Have you heard of that?
Oh, really?
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I never watched it. So, yeah, and that pretty much is the start of the journey. And he goes into a little bit more detail with what he tried out and basically what's running currently, what's working, and some of the things he experienced along the way. So people who are interested in maybe switching as well might want to read that one and, yeah, start their own journey into the BSDs.
Yep. Then we have a post from the Open Group, the people in charge of the POSIX standard, and they have Unix is as relevant as ever, explaining why Unix and the POSIX specification and so on are still important and why they still matter today.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, quick little read.
And last one is the upcoming Summer of Code, the Summer 2017 FreeBSD Foundation events. So this is a blog post on the FreeBSD Foundation website, and we pretty much listed everything that we are going to be at. So events, conferences, and all these small and big events that are of interest to BSD users and also other open source minded folks. And the first one is pretty much the FreeBSD Developer Summit at BSDCan, which we are experiencing right now, because it's right now. We're sitting basically right in it. And that's also sponsored by the FreeBSD Foundation, which is great stuff to, not only connect the developers to each other, but also to, the companies and the users and everyone that's using FreeBSD. Then it continues with the main BSDCan conference, which we are having in a couple of days, and continues into the 12th Open Source China Open Source World Summit, which is new. This was guarded by our new contacts that we have with Kylie Liang, because she's now on our FreeBSD Foundation board, and that pretty much allowed us to get into that space. Then we'll sponsor or be at the 2017 SN Hackathon in July, and also the 2017 Usenix Annual Technical Conference in Santa Clara. And we have a little bit more details on the blog post, so check that out, and especially try to go to these conferences if you can, and meet the foundation there and say hi.
Yep. And then if you're a developer, also don't forget the FreeBSD Dev Summit in Cambridge will be, the 2nd through the 4th of August?
Yeah, it's the 2nd to the 4th of August. And we also, so the FreeBSD Foundation has on their travel grant website the deadlines if you are applying for a travel grant. So you can see when these will, when they start and when they end. So you can plan a little bit more ahead of whether you want to apply for a travel grant and go to one of these conferences by a sponsorship of the FreeBSD Foundation.
And we'd also like to thank Tarsnap for sponsoring this week's episode. you can go over to
Yep.
tarsnap.com/BSD now and give them $5 and start doing backups. It's really
Yeah.
that easy.
It's
You sign up for an account, you put some money in it, and you start backing up. The nice thing is there's never a surprise bill because you put the money in first and you use it up and you get a warning when you run out. You're never going to get a surprise bill because you don't owe more money than you put in the first place.
yeah.
You have complete control over your costs for your backup, which can be important.
And another important step is that your backups are securely encrypted in the cloud. You're the only person who has the key for it. No one else can access it, not even the owner or developer
And
of Tarsnap.
make sure not to lose that key, like a certain someone we know who lost their key and wasn't able to restore their backups.
Yeah, no help there. There's no way to retrieve that key. Oh well, but the files are secure. No one else can access those. That's what Tarsnap is doing, and making sure that people who store that data, whatever it is, on their machines with Tarsnap, everything is backed up securely. No one else can access that except you who still hold the key.
Yep. Well, that's it for this week. So we'll see you next week. We'll be back with a regular full episode. Not that this one was really that lacking. It's going to be...
Yeah, but you have the interview with Michael Lucas and everything. We will report that we had a nice conference at BSDCan. I can say that already. And we'll give you the latest that we learned there and give you the greatest news that we'll uncover there.
Coming up on this week's episode of TechSnap, we discuss who really controls the internet and just how centralized and potentially vulnerable it's become. Plus, we've got the latest security letdowns from Windows 10 and the story of a questionably ethical hacker and Zomato's latest security breach. Plus, your awesome feedback, a rockin' roundup, and so much more on this week's episode of TechSnap. Welcome to TechSnap, Jupiter Broadcasting's weekly systems, network, and administration podcast. This episode was streamed live on May 31st, 2017, and is brought to you by our three fine sponsors, DigitalOcean, Ting, and IX Systems. My name is Wes, and joining us is our famous co-host. Yes, that's right. It's the one, the only, it's Dan. Welcome to the show, Dan.
Hello from the Great White North. I'm still in Ottawa.
Oh, look at you. You know, Ottawa, it's just fun to say. Is it as fun to be there?
It is, actually.
Awesome.
I do miss the quiet hometown I do live in that I used to be able to walk from home to the coffee shop and whatnot. But
oh, that's nice.
the coffee shop I want to walk to here is more than a few miles away.
Ooh.
And it is a walking area, but it's not walking like a, say, small town.
Right. You don't get that like quaint little, everything's kind of close, but you have like a stroll through a neighborhood to get there.
Yeah. Once you get to the Bridgehead Coffee Shop on Bank Street, it is a nice little neighborhood around there. For those that live in Ottawa, it's around Ossington. It's just over the Rita River going north from Riverside, just before you get to Sunnyside. So that's the area Bridgehead that I've been working from most days. And it is a nice neighborhood to walk around there. It is very nice.
That sounds lovely. Anything else new in your side of the world there?
Did I say last night? Yes, in the previous show, did I say that I got my NS updates working?
You mentioned it briefly, but I don't think you had it working yet.
Yeah, it's working now. And then I created certs.unixathome.org. I created a website.
Oh, fancy.
And actually got the first Let's Encrypt cycle working via DNS 01 validation. But I did have to do the DNS 01 validation by hand in order to get this first cert going.
But it should be automated after that, right?
Eventually.
Yeah.
So last night I ran the Acme script got a cert for search.unix@home.org, a request, and then it produced the .txt file that I needed, and then I copy and pasted that into the zone files, checked them into SVN, and then checked them out on the server. And that part was all that was the only manual part, was the updating of the DNS. Everything else was automated through acme.sh.
Nice.
And once I had the cert, I then put up the website. And that website will then be used to publish all the certs that Let's Encrypt gives me. So all the clients just,
They can just reference right there.
every day or so, they fetch. It'll be on a delayed, so they're not all hitting the server at the same time.
Yeah, right. A splay there. Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting. It sounds like you're having a lot of fun with Let's Encrypt, honestly.
It is interesting. I'm doing some things that I haven't tried before, and I'm trying to keep it automated so I never touch it.
Yeah.
And
That's
thinking of what things to monitor. And I'm sure. Pardon me. I'm sure I'm going to wind up doing this for work somewhere. So this all come in handy.
It's a skill set. You build it now, you play with it now, and surely in the future. I mean, that's kind of the promise, right? It's like once you've got this down, you understand the ins and the outs, that it makes it really simple to go add encryption somewhere else down the line. And
I put the creation of search.unix@home.org in Ansible, so that all runs off Ansible now.
Yes.
Except for the cert. The cert itself has to be loaded up manually first. So the key always gets copied to the web server manually.
Okay.
And then when you get a new cert, you only publish the cert. You never publish the key.
Right. Yeah.
It's just an easier way of doing it.
That makes sense. Awesome. Well, that makes sense. We'll have to do once you get everything finalized. You come kind of to the end of this journey. I think it would make a great deep dive for the show.
It'll be a lot of fun to talk about that.
Awesome. I'll have to do some too. Maybe we can coordinate, because I want to. I've played with it a little bit, but really only on the super easy, put it up on some droplets thing. I haven't dug deep into my own network infrastructure yet.
If you've only got one or two websites, you really just want to do it on each website,
right?
Custom just for that cert. But if you've got 20 or 30 websites and you want them, you don't want to be doing them.
Right. Once you're managing like an organization type situation.
Yeah, I didn't want to deploy 20 instances of scripts. I wanted just one.
Right. Yeah.
I'm still going to have scripts on each one, but it should be generic.
Awesome. All right. Well,
we'll see.
I'm excited to hear more and see how that story develops. Let's jump right into our main segment today. First up, we've got a very interesting story about who controls the internet, analyzing global threats using property traversal graphs. I'll just say it right now. I'm kind of a graph nerd. I like graphs. They're a lot of fun. But tell us more about what's going on in this interesting paper.
Well, traditionally, when you talk about who controls the internet, you start to think about government resources and stuff like that, or ISPs, and you don't really think about hosting environments and bandwidth providers. But much like a lot of companies tend to buy up many different newspapers or many different TV stations so they control all the media that you see, what's to stop a company from buying all the bandwidth and just eventually holding a near monopoly on the bandwidth and then deciding, hey, we don't want this going through, so we're just going to start blocking it. That's not really what they're getting at here, but it is something I started thinking about it while reading all this. So they started off with who controls the internet, how much influence do they have, and what would happen if one of those parties launched an attack or was compromised and was then used to launch an attack. So previous works have looked at individual core services, but this paper focuses on their interdependencies along attack propagation paths.
Say that 3 times.
Yeah. Do you know what an attack propagation path is? I'm not really sure.
I couldn't define it precisely, but I imagine the route the attack takes as you jump from host to host or whatever.
Yeah, that sounds like a likely some likely explanation. So what type of attacks are they talking about? There's three large-scale incidents that got them to thinking about this. One was the Canon DDoS attack in 2015, which was caused by malicious JavaScript code injected into TCP connections crossing Chinese network borders.
Oh.
I don't remember that.
I don't either, but it sounds fascinating.
Yep. The injected code aggressively requested resources from the DDoS targets. Then there was the PRISM program in 2013. This was an NSA surveillance program with direct access to internet communications and stored information. And they talk about, while the direct involvement of popular tech providers is still unclear, in this paper we make the assumption that establishing this type of collaboration is possible and can be voluntary or coerced by authorities by means of law and court orders. So yeah, if NSA has all these hooks, let's just assume it's the NSA, has all these hooks into all these different providers, and somehow the NSA winds up with malware in it, and it goes out through all these hooks that they have, suddenly that gives this malware access to huge swaths of the internet. Just bang, there you go. It's not like they have to start in one place and go from one to the next. They have inroads into the inner workings of all these ISPs. So this third item is one that we've talked about before. It was the DDoS attack against Dyn.com in October last year. The attack caused customers, including Amazon, Netflix, Twitter, Reddit, and Spotify, to have outages on DNS. So all these big companies choose a DNS provider. You attack the DNS provider, and all these big companies' services are gone. You basically, if you can't resolve the host names, you can't use the service, which means the service is offline.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that event in particular really kind of showed, we think about the internet as this big decentralized thing, but these days in reality, there's a lot, this one thing takes down Amazon takes down a million other things that all rely on it. And then suddenly half the internet that you actually use is gone.
Yep. That Amazon attack. Oh, there was another one since then, wasn't there? Or am I misremembering about how, something just took out huge swaths of S3 stuff?
Yes, that was a separate event, but it had the same effect, right, on the end, where anyone using S3 then in those affected regions, suddenly the websites you use, they're gone.
Pardon, I don't know what's going on here while I'm coughing today. It might be allergies. So the authors started by crawling the web. And where did they start? They went to Alexa. Now, I really know Alexa as being a domain provider, but they provide other services as well. So they just took the top 100,000 domains, and they started looking at the server to network information and adding in organizations and countries. And this led to a labeled graph which contained 1.8 million nodes. Now that's a lot of nodes.
Heck yes.
350,000 of them were unique IP addresses. So that's roughly, I'm going to say six nodes per IP address, roughly. The nodes are then interconnected by 4.5 million relationships. Now that's huge. That's just a very complex graph. So now that they've mapped all this, they then start talking about what's the most promising target. And so before assessing attacks, we need to use our model to select entities that can either attack victims or the attackers. The selection criteria are based on metrics that reflect the popularity and the influence of entities. So they came up with 6 metrics, how to figure out who to attack. So who hosts the most Alexa domains? It's the US by far. It's 30,000. And then next is the Netherlands with 4,200. And then everything else is sort of down from there. So, and who are the most powerful network operators? It turns out it's Cloudflare, who have 7,000 domains. And then after that, it's Amazon 1 with 2,800, Amazon 2, and then Akamai,
Yeah,
each
that
with less than
totally
2,000.
makes sense. Although it is kind of interesting that we live in a time now where Akamai is, fourth down that list.
Well, Cloudflare, I had no idea they had so much. It's just huge.
Yeah, they've
never-
really grown monstrously in the last couple of years.
I've never used them, but I know we have services on there.
Yeah.
That I've worked with services on there.
Yeah, it seems like they end up being the edge for like a huge proportion of, especially like new startup sites or other, new sites that are recently popular.
They must be doing something attractive.
Yeah.
Now, and next I started talking about who has the most JavaScripting servers. I've never thought of someone just being a JavaScript hosting server. Or is it just a server that has JavaScript? I don't
They don't make that quite clear here. I'm not sure either.
I think it's websites that have JavaScript installed on
There
them.
are, though, also JavaScript-oriented CDNs that specialize in distributing JavaScript, JavaScript sources, I guess you could say. So I don't know if that's it either.
Well, the answer is the U.S. with 48,000, and then everything else is below 8,000, like Germany, Netherlands, Germany, China. China is third.
Almost to the same rank there as Germany, yeah.
Yep, and not far behind the U.S. It's only down by 500. Now, and then by network operator, who has the most JavaScript? And it's Amazon 1, nearly twice as many as what Cloudflare has. Amazon 1's at 10,000. So they're just building up, what's the most high value target? That's what all of this criteria is. What's the most high value target? And we might get criticized for, why are you demonstrating all this information? Well, this isn't secret information. If you're thinking nefarious thoughts, you're thinking about this already. The reason that you bring this to someone's attention is so that they can use this information when they're deciding how to best defend. How do I choose where I'm going to put my resources? Am I going to put it on the one that, has the most impact, or am I going to distribute my resources across multiple providers so that if one of them goes down, I'm only half affected or a third affected, depending on how you distribute your resources. So don't criticize the message. Use it to figure out what you're going to do in order to provide the best service for your clients. So the next thing, that was JavaScript. So let's look at mail servers. So who hosts the most email servers? By far, it's the US, 41,000. 41,000 MXs.
Whoa.
I actually find that's kind of low. I would have thought it was higher, but I guess there's a whole lot of domains that don't do their own MX.
Yeah, that's true.
They're all farming it out to someone else. So behind that, there's Germany and Great Britain. So it drops down to 12 at Germany and then halves to 6,000 at Great Britain. And it's all 6,000 down to slot number 5. So what network operator has the most MX records? It's Microsoft. I'm surprised by that. I wouldn't have thought Microsoft had that.
I suppose Outlook's pretty big and their kind of exchange stuff, and I imagine there's a lot of like hosted exchange and that kind of stuff. So I wonder if that's maybe the connection. It seems like they've got kind of a special, like Google's got the consumer sphere with Gmail and Yahoo, but Microsoft I think owns the enterprise in terms of hosted email.
Yep. What's surprising here, OVH, I've heard of them, but I've never used them.
They're like a bare metal server vendor among other products.
Yep. So it drops from 8,500 for Microsoft down to 2,500 roughly for each of OVH and Hetzner. And then after that, it's UnitedL, which I've never heard of.
No, I haven't either. I do have a Hetzner machine myself, though, so I can speak to them a little bit.
You have a which? A Hetzner?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Just kind of randomly, I fell into it. It was running FreeBSD for a while, although right now it's running Ubuntu 16.04.
How long have you had this box?
I I guess for about the past year. For a while, I was sharing it with a friend. We were using it just kind of as a machine to, to do some experimentation on ZFS arrays.
They do bare metal or VMs?
Yes, it's a bare metal machine.
Yeah,
it's kind of fun. That's the only, most of my, pretty much every other server that I rent is a VPS of some sort.
Mm-hmm. I've got some. Most of my stuff is bare metal, but I've got something from RootBSD that is a VM.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh wait, no, that one may be a real box. I'm not sure. And then I've got something from DigitalOcean, and then the rest is all real hardware.
Ooh, fancy! Look at you.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how I wound up there.
Exactly.
So now what's the next most important thing? Name servers. If you take out the name servers, nobody's getting anywhere. So the number of name servers, the U.S., 34,000 name servers in the U.S. That's an incredible amount. It sounds like a lot of little companies are running their own DNS. And then it drops down to 6,700 for Germany, and then it's all below 4,000 for each of France, Great Britain, Netherlands. Did I say 3? I meant 4,000. Canada. First time I've noticed Canada in these lists. It may have been, it was up there with MX Records.
You 3, just want to be proud.
Yeah, I'm not paying attention. So who runs the most name servers? It's OVH and Hetzner in second position, both with about 2,300 and 2,100. Amazon's way down there. Well, not way down there. It's down there at about 1,900. And Cloudflare, people don't use Cloudflare for NS like they do other places. Cloudflare only has 700. And then GoDaddy, I would have thought they would have been higher up there as well.
Yeah, they've been around for a long time.
All right. So I think we are. Remember when we were talking about JavaScript before? I think we have our answer about what those JavaScript stuff was. Now they're over JavaScript providers. This metric measures the number of JS hosting servers whose authoritative name server is hosted in a given country and or network block. So yeah, this must be the JavaScript actual hosting companies. And sadly to say, the United States has 42,000 JavaScript hosting providers. That's, 41,000. Then it drops to like 3,000 for Germany, Netherlands, and China. Now, if you convert that over to network operator, most of them are Amazon One, by far at 16,000.
Interesting.
And then Cloudflare is at 5,000. I'm finding the distributions between country and network operator for the different services to be very interesting. Like you would think that if you're using, say, Cloudflare for your website, you might also be using them for your MX or your NS, but it's turning not to be the case. It seems like people think, well, I'm going to use this provider for this particular service and this other provider for this other service.
I suppose in a way, maybe that's, trying to hedge your bets and increase your resiliency.
Yep. I agree. It's distributing.
Yeah. It's better than we could have expected. You would, like you're saying, like you would imagine like, yep, all right, well, I've got my Amazon EC2 instance. I'll use their, edge services and CDNs and their DNS and blah, blah, blah.
I wonder what it'd be like to have a hidden DNS master and have two DNS servers with one provider and two DNS servers with another provider, and they all sync from your master. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah. It should just work. If they're both providing good service, it would be transparent to anyone else.
Yeah, I think so. Interesting.
Someone's going to correct us.
Exactly.
So where were we? NS Records, Cloudflare, Microsoft, Cloudflare. No, we were further down. Did I miss it?
We were just on JS again.
JS. Okay. Network provider. Amazon One there.
There we go.
So who controls the most email server name servers? So the previous one was name servers for JavaScript operators. Okay. That's what we just talked about. I didn't make that clear. So these are, it measures the number of JavaScript hosting servers whose authoritative name server is hosted in a given country or by a given network operator. So all they're looking at is how can we take out the name servers that power the JavaScript servers? So that's what that last metric was. So this next metric is for mail server name servers. So that's who hosts the name servers for all the mail servers. And again, it's the United States at 28,000, and then cutting that in half, the Netherlands at 14,000. I'm surprised that the Netherlands
Yeah, it's kind of a random appearance in this list.
has so many MX name servers. That's an incredible list. Maybe who is hosting there and why? That's interesting. So then it's Ireland at 11,000. That's also a huge
Yeah.
number. So
I wonder if it's
Now-
all related to, concerns about being able to access those emails or wanting them to be stored in places with,
Yeah.
nice laws in that regard. We'll have to dig more on that one. That's interesting.
So now taking the same numbers and looking at them by network operator, we're again with 11,500 at Microsoft. So there are 11,500 name servers hosted by Microsoft that control the DNS from mail servers. And then it's Cloudflare drops down to Cloudflare at roughly half that, and then Amazon One, it drops to 2,000. And then there's a bunch in the 1,000 to 2,000 range, down to Dyn DNS at position 1237. Yeah. So, So now that you've gathered all this information, who are you going to attack first? Well, they say now we're in the position to evaluate the potential impact of 3 different attacks: distribution of malicious JavaScript content, email sniffing, and a DDoS attack against a core service provider. In each case, a target can be selected by consulting the tables above.
Oh, how easy.
Sounds very straightforward to me. So let's pretend, theoretically, that you now wish to distribute malicious JavaScript
I
content.
definitely do. I really do.
I'm sure you do. The authors consider 3 ways to do this: direct compromise, injecting malicious JavaScript, or redirecting requests for JS content via compromised name resolution. And people underestimate the importance of securing your DNS. If you're a big hosting provider and people are loading all this jQuery from your servers, and suddenly you change the DNS so they're not requesting it from the real server but requesting it from a malicious server, then you can give them any content you want, and it can be pretty nasty.
Yeah, and it just gets blindly executed by the client.
Yeah, because the HTTPS, well, allegedly work.
Yeah, exactly. Ugh.
So they have a nice graph here to say how many Alexa domains that can be reached by the first 2 of these. Now, scrolling down, the attack results show that countries can be very powerful attackers. For example, the United States hosts 47,000 JavaScript hosters, which could distribute malicious code to about 16% of the top 100,000 Alexa domains. You would have to do a lot in order to distribute all that. This is all highly theoretical. But yeah, if the U.S. government had the power to basically take over all these domains and decide to distribute this, well, that's what would happen. But the next thing they start talking about is, what about JavaScript inclusion over unprotected connections? I'm guessing they mean HTTP.
Right.
So over HTTP, it's very easy or very straightforward.
Right.
If you change the DNS records, because then they're just going to pull whatever it is they've got.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
There's
what
no
the host
checking,
name.
right? You're just it's just a dumb pipe. Hey, shove some JS, some HTML, and go for it.
Yeah, at least if you're doing it over HTTPS, they then have to forge or steal a certificate, or rather the certificate key. Because certificates are always public. It's the certificate key that you got to keep undercover. So the attack result is the number of websites, including a resource hosted on a server, whose name server is colluding or compromised. And that's the key.
Right.
You don't have to compromise the domain, the website. You just have to compromise the name server, or get the hosting company, the name server, to say, yeah, we'll do this for you. Why not? You're a good friend. Here, have this connection in. This is fine.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's so they conclude here that the United States, Google, and Dyn DNS stand out here because the United States is the top by number of DNS redirects, and I don't know what the second half of the table is. I'm getting confused by this now.
There's a lot of tables.
Yes. So I'm now down to the email sniffing part. So let's say we want to acquire a large number of emails, and an attacker can rely on various techniques, but in the paper they're only going to look at two. One is by acquiring them direct from the email server. The second is by redirecting an email client towards a malicious mail server, and we'll accept the email, keep a copy, and forward it on. And that's as simple as you can do. So how do you do this? What you do is you go in and you change the MX records. Now, they don't go into details about how you do that, but if you have a presence in these companies, you can easily just insert an MX server in there, have the IP address reassigned to you. That's a simple way of doing it. If you have the collusion of the DNS provider. Now, basically, they claim the United States alone could acquire email for 25% of the most popular websites. So that's a lot of email. So that's 25% of the top 100,000, 250,000, 25,000. So they get all the email for 250,000 websites.
Yikes.
That's a lot of stolen data.
Yeah, that really is.
Not all of it's going to be useful, but some of it will. So they're just going through this. There's a lot of assumptions on this. So don't start being afraid that this is actually happening. It may be, but I don't think it is. But their results, let's jump down to the results. Our results show that already just a few players may have an extensive power. 14 countries and 14 autonomous systems can, directly or indirectly, affect the security of about 23% of websites. In addition, our results show that little has been learned from past attacks. For example, 70% of JavaScript inclusion is still done over unprotected connections, i.e. HTTP URLs as opposed to HTTPS, which can be used to mount the Great Cannon attack. I'm going to have to look that up. I don't remember what that Great Cannon attack was. Do you have any memory of it?
I don't. Let's see.
So basically, yes. If you can do something over HTTPS, do it over HTTPS. There's no reason to do HTTP anymore with sensitive information. If you're just passing out plain text that isn't used as input to anything else, then fine, do that. But if you're fetching JavaScript, definitely do it over HTTPS.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, very much true. Okay, so here is some information about the Great Cannon of China is an attack tool that is used to launch distributed denial of service attacks on websites by intercepting massive amounts of web traffic and redirecting them to targeted websites. So it sounds like it's a facility related to the great so-called Great Firewall of China, where they can then rewrite attacks, redirect them to send massive amounts of traffic towards targets. Yikes!
Nasty stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
but that makes sense, right? Like, so if you can, if you have unencrypted, unsecured JavaScript, then yeah, you just send some JavaScript down that says like, hey, tell your browser open a whole bunch of connections to this guy over here, and now you've got a big distributed DDoS. Yikes!
It's as simple as that.
It really is. I mean, you could probably do it in a couple hours if you had, you had the technology behind you.
So I don't really know how to interpret this. Do you wind up going with countries that are less influential, or do you wind up going with more obscure providers? Or if you're a big company, you need the big guns of other big companies to provide your infrastructure. So I'm not really sure what the bigger companies can do here that are using these services. If they are using the hosting infrastructure of someone else, you've really got to rely on them, on the integrity and honesty of the other group.
Yeah, and you get these kinds of catch-22s, right, where you're already using the systems. It makes it super easy for you to continue to use their services. There's a huge incentive to do that. And at some point, yeah, like you're talking about, like sometimes, if you're of a certain scale, you need someone also of that scale to be able to provide the services that you need.
Imagine how hard it is for you as an individual to swap operating systems.
Yeah, right.
No, I don't want to change this. So imagine you're a big company with all this infrastructure built around one provider.
The inertia is just magnified.
Yep. And then you decide to change it.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
It's not going to work.
No, it's not. Yikes. Well, this is kind of interesting just from the, I think the analog as it strikes me is kind of, doing threat analysis against, power generation systems, any kind of that kind of infrastructure at a national level. This seems like the same kind of analysis, but applied to the internet. So it's useful, even if there's not a direct takeaway or this is exactly what we need to do. I think it's useful just to have a better understanding of, what are we getting ourselves into and how much are we really relying on just a few autonomous systems?
Yeah, because if I was an evildoer, and I had lots of money, I'd start buying up all these companies that provide things.
Yeah.
And then eventually send in the evildoers to do evil things. It wouldn't be that difficult.
Definitely. And we just have this slow, the more conglomerated we get, then the easier it is for, evildoers with privileged access or who, you can then just try to shut down one organization and suddenly that's a huge swath of the internet.
It's gone.
Yikes. All right. Well, anything else you want to talk about before we move on?
No.
Awesome. All right. Well, if you're now scared of the big guy, head on over to our first sponsor tonight. That's our friend at Ting. Ting, mobile that makes sense. It really is a smarter way to do mobile. If you head on over to techsnap.ting.com, you can get started. You'll get a $25 service credit. And you might be thinking, $25? Yeah, okay, that sounds all right. But wait until I tell you. Prices at Ting start at just $6 a month. Click on that rates button right there on their homepage. That'll pop you over to their wonderful rates page. You'll see. So, Ting, things start at $6 a month. One line, $6 a month. That's it. Then it's pay for what you use. So, you don't use any minutes? That's $0 a month. You don't use any text messages? That's $0 a month. And then you just kind of choose, all right, yeah, well, I use about a gig of data a month. Your monthly bill would be only $22. I mean, yes, yeah, there's some taxes and fees and other things, but Ting can't do anything about that. So we're not going to talk about that right now. Ting charges you $22 a month. That's amazing. Your service credit, that could pay for your first month of service, and it does for a huge number of people, myself included. Some other great things about Ting. Instead of having all these, overages, contracts, early termination fees, those just don't exist at Ting. You sign up, you start paying your $6 a month, that activates your line, then you just pay for what you use. You don't have to worry about trying to, plan 6 months, a year at a time, thinking, well, what's the peak usage? I might need it a month. I don't want to pay the overage charges. I'll make sure I get, I think 5 gigs a month. That should do it for me. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. You probably don't use that much if you have Wi-Fi anywhere in your life, except for maybe a couple times a year. So why are you paying for all that excess capacity? It doesn't make sense. Just jump on over to techsnap.ting.com. Get started with mobile that makes sense. There's no early termination fees. There's no contracts. All the extras you've come to expect from a modern, sophisticated phone plan. Things like, three-way calling. Things like tethering built right in. There's no extra tethering fee. There's no special tethering data that you have to pay more for or you're restricted access to. No. Ting's not about that. They don't want to mess around. They don't have gimmicks. They're not trying to become your next media platform. They're not trying to become the next giant corporation that rules America. It's just not their way. What they're dedicated to good customer service, a simple, intuitive dashboard, really the best dashboards in the game, an awesome awesome mobile app, and customer service that has real humans ready to talk to you, ready to make sure that you have the best experience possible with a service provider. They've got both GSM and CDMA, so whatever's better in your area, Ting's got what you need. And they've been doing it for a long time. Ting understands they're cord cutters, they're nerds just like us, and they've got the phone plan that makes sense for you. So head on over to techsnap.ting.com. That lets Ting know you appreciate them sponsoring the TechSnap program, and it'll get you started with a $25 service credit. Ting's great for a number of things. Just use it as a backdoor to your network, an extra phone in the car when you're on camping trips, or just as a backup device. Hey, you break your main phone, boom, you got your Ting line ready. Thank you, Ting, for sponsoring the TechSnap program. Alrighty then, on to our next story of the day. Looks like we're heading over to Twitter with some Windows security news. This is interesting, not something that comes up all the time on this program, but I think it affects a large number of our viewers, probably a larger number than we might think.
Well, I've never used Windows 10 Enterprise. I've used Windows 7 at work, but it's not the Enterprise. It's not an Enterprise edition.
Okay.
But basically, what this chap was doing was experimenting with the Windows 10 privacy settings. So he would turn something off and see what would happen. He would block it through the privacy settings or disable something, and then monitor the network traffic to see if stuff was happening that shouldn't be happening. And lo and behold, he found time and time again that stuff was happening that he didn't think should be happening, some of which is kind of surprising. And we'll get to that in terms of he removed an app, the app got reinstalled, and firewall rules got added. He didn't do that. So we'll get into this. So here, he disabled Teradu and IPv6. I don't know what Teradu is, but he can clearly see using, there it is. If you blow it up, he can see that Teradu is disabled, and you can see that it is still going out to Google Analytics and doing stuff. So why? It's a system with a minimal software install, all default Windows Store apps removed, and nothing else is running on it. So just basically, he's tried to get back to a bare bones Windows 10 Enterprise VM. So here he has Smart Screen disabled, but Smart Screen is still connecting to Smart Screen. And Teradu, I'm told, is an IPv6 to IPv4 to IPv6 tunneling software.
Right. Yes.
Sorry, that just came in. So there's another example here, and this Twitter stream is just filled with examples of something that's disabled, but it's still connecting out. So I'm not really sure if you disable something, does it actually stop it? You would think if something was disabled, it wouldn't be able to run. I'm sure it's not the case where you've disabled something, but it's still running. So of course it keeps trying to reach out. I don't think it would be that simple. So next case, he has telemetry disabled, plus the tracking related services are disabled, plus a few reg hacks, but it's still connecting. Allowed telemetry is definitely disabled, and application telemetry is enabled. Turn off application
yeah, that's some funny
telemetry
verbiage
enabled.
there.
That's terrible. And here you can see that he has every policy set to not sync settings, plus he has the sync related services disabled, but something is still connecting out. The next example he gives is he has error reporting disabled, and the service is disabled, but it still connects out. And you can see the connections going out there to Watson Data, Microsoft.com at aka DNS.net.
What do you bet that's our friends at Akamai?
Wow. What about KMS validation? That's disabled, and it's still connecting through to there. So, and then he goes on to say, every possible setting to block connections to Microsoft, except for updates. Here are a bunch of advertising-related connections. And he just shows this big list, half of which seem to be advertising-related. So, during that time, there there were a list of apps that connected to the internet. All the ad-related connections were from system. So there's a bunch of other stuff running, but everything that went out was the system going out there. It wasn't other apps, it was the system. So his conclusion, and this was done on the 21st, which is about 10 days ago, it seems like Microsoft doesn't honor its own group policy settings. But the big problem here is that people will use third-party apps instead of just disabling stuff to block all this stuff from happening. And they will probably inadvertently block security-related stuff. Because if you're trying to use the system tools and the system tools don't work as expected, you're going to use a third-party tool to achieve the same thing. And something's going to go wrong. People will block automatic updates, which is going to lead to more compromises, which is going to lead to more massive DDoS, stuff like that. If this is all true, they've really got to improve it. Because if you disable something, it should be disabled. There shouldn't be anything going out like this. Mark Burnett, that's whose tweets we're reading, by the way. Sorry for not mentioning that sooner. If you search for Windows 10 on GitHub, the first few pages of results are tools to defeat spying.
Yikes.
Now, is this spying by Microsoft? Is that what they're referring to? Is this third-party spying?
No, I believe it's the first-party spying. Tools that will automatically set all those registry settings or group policy settings that we're seeing maybe are not effective, but I think that like Windows 10 configuration tools to try to enhance your privacy.
Okay. So this is a tweet that I alluded to earlier. I deleted Paint 3D and Microsoft silently reinstalled it and added a firewall to allow it to connect out.
Oh wow, look at that.
That's really nasty.
Wow.
So I can. Why would why would the OS reinstall it? And why would, when the OS is, I can see this as a convenience factor. Trying to make it easier for users who have blocked it, when they go to install it, they automatically enable it.
Right.
Sure, but when you're trying to make it easy for non-technical people, you're making it impossible for technical people. Because that's definitely something you don't expect.
No,
if you remove
really
something,
not.
you don't expect it to be reinstalled. And there is a big disclaimer here, which we probably should have mentioned at the start. Mark states that this was my initial testing. It wasn't tightly controlled or documented and still needs to be verified. So there may be a lot more that comes out as a result of this, but we'll see. We'll see. It is interesting to find out what he found.
And I mean, it's kind of, I think especially like the ad stuff, to me, it really just shows it almost speaks to something larger, like the way the tool sets we have, and the difference between Windows 10 and Windows 7, especially just in that, Microsoft internally has adopted a lot of these like web first, analytics-based data gathering techniques that we see so predominantly on the web, but you don't really think about it at the OS layer. I think we're all kind of used to, especially in the open source world, of like, yeah, okay, well, my operating system, it's really just concerned with being my operating system, running the hardware, exposing interface, as syscall layer, all that. But boy, no, when you see these, like, it really seems like that, analytics and all that is really bundled tightly into the core of their latest operating system, and that's kind of, I mean, it's not surprising in any way, but it's a little disheartening.
I wonder if someone has done similar for Apple.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because I know when you set up an Apple box, it says, can we collect anonymous stats? Mm-hmm. It'd be interesting to see how much data is going out over the wire.
Yeah. And see, that's part of the problems here too, right? Is like if you can't trust those things, I would like to be able to submit anonymous data to help improve the products that I use. But if I don't trust the parties who are using that data or gathering it to respect my consent and my wishes, then I'm really just, everyone's going to start saying no, and developers don't get the kind of feedback they're interested in.
I say no.
Yeah. No, and I think that's fair. I mean, that's you're right.
Yeah, I just don't know if I can trust them.
Yeah, right. See, exactly. That's exactly the problem.
And apparently, even if you disable it, it still goes out.
Right. So it doesn't matter. You really just clicked yes. It's fine. It always clicks yes.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So it'll be interesting to see where this goes, if anywhere.
Yeah. Maybe this is some good feedback items if people have experience with the Windows 10 telemetry and those things, or some of their favorite tools to attempt to disable those settings. I'm sure we'd be interested in hearing about them.
Yeah, I want to know more. If you know more, feedback, please. Thank you.
Exactly. All right. Well, if you are sick of talking about Windows, let's just jump right over to our next sponsor this evening. That's our friends over at iX Systems. iX Systems is the hardware service provider you wish you had heard about years ago. If you've got a Windows box at home, you're feeling fed up, you really want some powerful Unix in your life, go on over to iX Systems. Maybe you've heard about the brand new i9 coming from Intel. You can bet that iX and their awesome relationship with those incredible Intel processors will be able to build you some rigs with that just as soon as it's available. Not only that, they've got a huge staff of talented sales engineers standing by ready to help you out. They want to form a partnership to make sure that you understand that, they know your server should be custom. It deserves to be custom, that you have a workload that, matters to you, that's important to your business or project. And they understand that. They want to work with you to make sure that, you don't have to be the be all end all hardware guru here. You don't need to understand exactly how a SAS expander works. You don't have to understand how many top of rack switches you need. iX System is here to help. They've got people who are been in this business for a long time, really knows the ins and outs of hardware, software, open source software. If you head on over to techsnap.ixsystems.com, you'll find their definitive guide to buying hardware for open source systems. This is a great white paper you can hand out. If you are in charge of procuring new hardware, or maybe you just know some people who do, maybe they're fed up with terrible support cycles, big box companies with bad support, confusing interfaces, really just a hassle to work with. You don't have to put up with that. Especially if you're using one of those vendors, they're just reselling the big name products. They don't have any real value add. Go to iX Systems. You'll have an entirely different experience. iX Systems build these systems customs for you so they can really support them in a way that really no one else can. Things like true white glove support. They make sure that, any hardware that you're going to use, it's been burned in. That especially matters for hard drives. They do thorough testing to ensure that if that hard drive is going to fail in its first couple months of life, that's going to happen before it leaves iX's hands. And if you want, they'll send you the server ready to go, completely set up, configured just with the software you want, ready to be stuck in a rack, turned on, plugged in, and boom, your new server is ready to go. If you check out their website, you'll see some of the huge names that they work with. People like Disney, Sony, NASA, Berkeley, Adobe, Symantec, GM. They have experience building petabytes of storage. So whether you just need, the very popular FreeNAS Mini, which is a great solution if you just need a new NAS or backup server for your home or home office, to things like the TrueRack, which is a huge scalable system ready for just about any enterprise's storage needs. And you don't have to worry about being locked into one of these crazy proprietary systems where you have to keep buying all their own components. No. That's one of the best things about iX Systems. They work with the open source community. They're huge sponsors of the OpenZFS project. They understand that ZFS is really the file system of the future. It's the best file system for enterprise storage or just for home use. You can see that if you head on over to their blog. You'll see just how involved they are in the community. You'll see that they're always going to different conferences. They've got great tips here about combating WannaCry and other ransomware with OpenZFS snapshots. And it just goes to show iX, they're a member of the community, and above that, they're just a great company. So head on over to ixsystems.com/techsnap, get started, go start a conversation, and I'm sure you'll end up with some hardware you'll never forget. Thank you to iX for sponsoring the TechSnap program. All right, that brings us to our final main topic today, and that's some news from Zomato. Tell us more.
I had never heard of them before. I did not know Zomato. Did you?
No.
I was not familiar with them at
the
all.
name was kind of vaguely familiar. So what are they to people who, like perhaps ourselves, who are not familiar?
Oh, now you're asking really hard questions.
Yes, that's right, I am.
I did look this up, and I think it's if I recall correctly, and I'm looking it up again, it's related to food. Find the best restaurants, cafes, and bars in Ottawa is what comes up in my mind. So they're using GOIP to know that I'm in Ottawa. But basically, it's, luxury dining. Here's your sweet tooth. You want super sushis, kick-ass burgers, or what's trending this week?
I do want those things.
Oh, I'm sure you do. And then they go on and talk about the top reviewers in Ottawa, the top photographers, the top bloggers, stuff like that. So I'm not exactly sure their model, but they do have a link here, products for businesses. Get more out of your business without losing focus. So basically, they can claim their listing to get advanced analytical and engagement tools. So it sounds like they're setting up, it's sort of like a concentrated Google for businesses in a particular area. And I think that's their data model, their marketing model. I'm not familiar enough with them, but that's not the point. The point is not what they do, it's what happened to them. And this blog post that they came out with about a week ago about a security breach that occurred. And what I find interesting about this security breach is how the breach occurred and who did it and why. Now, traditionally, when you have data breaches, people are just stealing data to steal data, say as part of identity theft. But there were a couple of very simple procedures here, and it will reinforce for you why you should be using a password manager and having a password different on every location, and why two-factor authentication is so important. If either two of those bits, different password or two-factor authentication, had been in place, this breach wouldn't have happened. But all right. So, company has been breached. This is their post that comes out and say, here's what really happened. This is their close to full disclosure of what went on, and hopefully others can learn from this. So they refer to the previous blog posts, and part of their infrastructure that was used to store users' information was breached by an ethical hacker. Okay, possibly ethical. That's debatable. You'll see later. The data downloaded as a result of this breach contained 5 data points for 17 million users, specifically name, email address, numeric user ID, username, and password hashes. The password hashes leak was a little more contained and was only a subset of 6.5 million users. So roughly, if you're on Zemata, chances are it's almost 50-50, a little less than 50-50 that your password hash was downloaded. All the other users were either Google or Facebook users, and they didn't have password information for those users. So in a way, this is good, but not really. So the hacker had posted these data points on a dark web marketplace. We were lucky we could get in touch with a person hacker in good time. As it turned out, the hacker was a security researcher, an ethical hacker, who would put up the data for sale to get our attention and to teach us a lesson. I find that highly questionable. Ethical hackers would not download all that information. Generally, you download 1 or 2 pieces of information and then stop, and then do a full disclosure to the people that you've discovered this from,
right, and
take it from there. You don't download 17 million instances of data.
It's just waiting to be abused if you have it there, right?
You don't.
And they don't really mention here at all, at least yet, if this person had tried to reach out to them before posting it, because you'd think there are easier communication channels if you wanted to alert a company than just starting to post it on the darknet.
Yeah. To teach us a lesson, that comes out, that's just wrong.
Right.
Teach someone a lesson.
That's not the kind of verbiage that we would expect from an ethical security
an ethical
researcher.
Hacker,
yeah.
Right. So he or she only wanted us to launch a good bug bounty program on HackerOne, as he or she wanted to make sure that security researchers are rewarded well for their time. That's blackmail. What's the difference between blackmail and extortion? I forget. Someone will tell us. So the hacker also shared the database with us and took the sales link down once we promised to launch the bug bounty program. So yeah, this is blackmail, basically. The hacker also agreed to destroy the data at their end immediately. Well, how do you prove that you destroyed the data? You just don't. Whereas if all they'd taken is 1 or 2 examples of the data and to say, here's how I did it, fix it. That's entirely different from taking all this data down. The use of the word ethical, I think, is being forced upon them given their position. Because I wouldn't call this hacker ethical.
It sounds like they've maybe here, negotiated or reached like a good outcome or a better outcome, and that they're being perhaps overly charitable or are in this position. Yeah.
Well, you watch now. I'll become the target of this ethical hacker.
That's right.
Pardon. So this is the interesting part. The first that was interesting. What comes up next is how they got in. So this started in November 2015 when another web host's user database was leaked online with plain text passwords. How do you leak plain text passwords? They weren't stored as hashes. They were stored in plain text. One of our developers had his personal hosting account with the service. As a result of that, his email address and password became publicly available. Unfortunately, the developer was using the same email and password combination on GitHub. So if he had changed it, if he'd used a password manager, this wouldn't have happened. Back then, when the passwords leaked, we were not using two-factor authentication on GitHub. We had been using two-factor authentication on GitHub for the last few months. Well, so basically, the hacker was able to use the developer's login to get into the GitHub account and review one of the code repositories to which the developer had access. So basically, the company stored some of their code on GitHub, which is publicly accessible. So this happened sometime last year, but for some reason, the hacker only exploited the code very recently. So getting access to a part of the code didn't give the hacker direct access to the database. Our systems are only accessible from a specific set of IPs, but the hacker was able to scan through the code and ended up exploiting a vulnerability in the code to access the database via remote code execution. This bit is very vague. I'm not really sure what happened here.
Right, there's a lot that could be going on, but it sounds like that privileged access let him find, some sort of...
He found a vulnerability. The vulnerability was already there,
right.
So he didn't inject anything. The piece of code which was vulnerable was part of a deprecated system and hadn't been modified for a few years now.
Of course.
So it was deprecated, which means it was due to be replaced. Please don't use it, but it was still online.
Yes. I think that's a surprisingly common thing at a number of companies, unfortunately.
Yep. So having access to the code, they say here, quote, yes, someone has some of our code, and that's a risk, unquote. Well, having the code shouldn't make it riskier. It should give people information about your system and how to look at targeting it, but knowing the code itself should not make your system vulnerable, because look at open source. Yeah. SSH depends upon that.
Yeah.
And okay, so now going down here. So in hindsight, what helped us contain the extent of the breach? Our use of multiple environments, each segregating and containing a part of our business, ensured the data breach was limited to only one part of our database, and the hacker did not gain access to all the various databases used by different businesses. So it sounds like they store different stuff in different places and grant access based upon need, which sounds good.
Yeah, that does sound good.
Additionally, we had made two-factor authentication on GitHub mandatory a few months back, which cut off the hackers' access to the account that they got into. So they were working off no code base, which has significantly changed over the past few months, limiting the extent the hacker could access. So that's not... That's just coincidental. I don't think that's really something that they did that slowed them down. So then this one's interesting. Keeping lines of communication open with the hacker helped us understand the motive of the breach and address the very reasonable demands. This in turn led to the hacker cooperating with us by pulling down the sales listing from the dark web. So apparently the sales listing was just a bluff to get their attention, and presumably the hacker never intended to sell this data. but they still had that data, and that data could have easily been taken over by someone else, and we're only taking their word for it that nothing happened. Let's just wait and see a few months and see whether or not this data actually turns up in the public domain. So we have good network restrictions in place, which ensured that our servers weren't compromised. So the servers weren't compromised, but the data was pulled down, which also means that our payment processing systems, which run on a separate secure environment, were never compromised. And they submitted a compliance report, blah, 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 to Visa on the payment gateway partner. So basically, I'm not finding what helped contain the extent. Those things sort of make sense. But basically, I think the only reason he didn't go further is because the exploit didn't allow him to look at anything other than that database. And that's all that there was in that database. I think everything else was just unlucky. I'm not convinced that these things help contain the extent of the breach, because 16 million rows being downloaded somewhere else is rather interesting. How are you able to download 16 million rows remotely? I want to know more about that side of it.
Yeah, exactly. That's perhaps a sizable data transfer as well.
So, what's next? We are also in the process of introducing a monetary reward bug bounty program on HackerOne very soon. So, thanks for deleting the data, and we'll get this bug bounty in place very soon. Last thing, we have since been advised by multiple industry experts to take some action against the developer in order to set an example and influence public perception. Now, they said developer there. The developer, they must mean the developer who used the same password credentials. And so. We know that this mishap is on the organization and not an individual. Instead of pinning the responsibility on someone, we're going to use this as a learning opportunity for all of us. Yeah, if they just blamed the developer only gave someone access to the code. That didn't give them access to the system. Yeah. The guy then read the code, found a vulnerability. If anything, what's at fault is the code, which is not necessarily the developer's code.
Right. You need to get blame there.
It's the company's code, and the company should have found the error in the code and fixed the vuln.
Yeah, and to that point as well, like I think, something we've seen like that I've been rather pleased with when we were talking about like Joyent's outage the other week, as well as the recent AWS outage, etc. That really, when these sorts of things happen, it's almost always a failure in process rather than, there may be individual failures that happen, but that can only happen when you don't have a robust process that can account for those things, because there will always be human mistakes.
Yep. Like that guy, what was that Joyent, where the guy shut down?
Yes, they rebooted a whole data center.
The head node of the data center, which shut everything else down. He only meant to shut down one node, and he shut down the master node. Yeah, what a sickening feeling that person must have had in their stomach.
That was a great video, though. We'll have to maybe post it up again, because that was I think the whole TechSnap audience would enjoy it.
You talking about the video by
Brian Cantrell?
Yes, that one.
Exactly. Exactly. All right. Anything else you want to talk about here about Zomato and their problems with this ethical hacker?
I would have liked to have seen more technical details about how they got in. I mean, this is sort of very high level, and they're not actually giving us any details as to what was actually exploited and how it's actually been fixed. I know they're trying to be cautious about revealing further information, which will help other people break in, but no. We've seen more detail in other bug reports about how something worked.
Yes.
So.
Well, and it seems like at least part of the problem here, when your code gets designed in a way where you assume that, that you can use its privacy as security, then you're in this position where you can't share those things. And if someone does get access, now that really is privileged access.
Yes.
And belays maybe, poor management of secrets or other things. So it's hopefully will be a good lesson for other companies out there.
Yeah, but we can't.
But there's not enough info for it to be.
Give us more information. I'd love to see an update. And if anyone is listening from Zomato, please give us more details, please.
Exactly. Awesome. All right. Well, with that, let's jump on over to our final sponsor this evening, and that's our friends over at DigitalOcean.com. Maybe you're encouraged by some of the troubles here. You want to start learning how to become an ethical hacker yourself, perhaps more ethical than in our last segment. One of the best places to start with a system that you can just play with yourself is DigitalOcean. DigitalOcean is cloud computing designed for developers. They make it so easy to get started with a VPS of your very own. Not only a VPS, but it's based on real KVM virtualization. They've got 40 gigabit E right to the hypervisor, SSDs throughout, and most recently, a ton of new awesome enterprise-friendly options, things like monitoring, load balancing, high CPU droplets, expandable block storage, and private networking between droplets in the same data center. All of these things and more make it so easy to get started. Plus, when you use our promo code SNAPOcean, that'll get you a $10 credit. And prices at DigitalOcean start at just $5 a month. Yeah, that's right. I said it. It's real. $5 a month. For that $5 a month, you get 512 MB of memory, a one core processor, 20 gigs of SSD goodness, and a whopping terabyte of transfer. They've also got hourly prices. Hey, maybe you just need some short-term compute, something like this. I just go flirt sometimes when your home computers aren't enough. For just 24 cents an hour, you can get 16 gigs of RAM, 8 cores, 160 gig disk, and 6 terabytes of transfer. That should be enough for just about any project that you're working on. It's a great way to spin up, hey, you want to play with Nextcloud. You want to play with FreeBSD. You want to play with a Linux distribution you've never played with before. You're trying to play with, Kubernetes, set up your own cloud system, what have you. You're trying to replicate some attacks. You want to play with SQL injection. DigitalOcean is a great playground for all those things. Plus, they have things like snapshots, so you can easily back up, restore your system to a previous state after you've compromised it. They make it so easy, especially with their community page. DigitalOcean pays real editors to take contributions from the community and turn it into some of the best documentation on the internet. It's gotten to the point where, you're just searching for any old how-to on a Linux or BSD system, and 9 times out of 10, you'll end up on DigitalOcean's awesome, curated documentation. That's really what makes the difference. That and their amazing API. You can tell it's amazing because they use it for their UIs, for their tool sets, and the community uses it for a ton of great DigitalOcean apps. In fact, hey, it runs a bunch of stuff here at the JB network too. So it's super handy. You can control your droplets from your phone, from the command line. You can control them from your favorite cloud assistant. It doesn't matter. That's the thing about DigitalOcean. They make it super easy to get started. In under 55 seconds, you'll have a brand new VPS of your very own. You can start playing with the API, start reading some community tutorials, and use our promo code SNAPOcean to get that $10 discount. Thank you very much to DigitalOcean for sponsoring the TechSnap program. And that brings us to the next segment of today's show. That's right, it's time for your feedback. First up in today's mailbag is a letter from Richard. Richard's writing to us about discussing capacity planning with ZFS and snapshots. It's an interesting topic. Thank you for writing to us, Richard. He writes, without ZFS, it's easy. You can calculate your burn rate with observations over a few months and divide your free space by that amount. Here he means, you can calculate how much you're using and then kind of get an average, how much space you're averaging use. However, with ZFS and snapshots, deleting a file does not necessarily free up space. How can I estimate how much space is going to be freed up in 30 days, 90 days, 180 days from snapshots expiring to consider in my capacity planning? As an example, if someone deletes a 1 gigabyte file where the longest snapshot retention is 90 days, I know it will take 90 days for the space to become available. But how do I determine these events have happened? I need to forecast that the space I have left now, plus the space that will be freed up each week from expired snapshots, will leave enough space available for day-to-day operations, and to detect an upcoming free space problem far enough in advance to allow time to procure new drives, install, and rebuild disk by disk with larger drives, as I don't have any additional drive base to work with. Typical management doesn't want to spend money up front to avert a problem. We have plenty of disk space at the moment. Amen there, Richard. And I can't state to management based on our retention policies we will run out of space in XX months. I feel like I won't see it coming until it's too late. Seems like there are all kinds of metrics that could be captured with snapshots and files. Awesome. All right, well, let's turn that right over to our friend Dan, the BSD master.
ZFS destroy is what deletes old snapshots. So do a ZFS destroy -N for dry run. Do a dry run, no op deletion. No data will be deleted. This is useful in conjunction with the -V or -P flags to determine what data would be deleted. Now, if you look at the -P, it's print machine parsable verbose information about the deleted data. So you should be able to feed that into a script and say, oh, when we delete this snapshot in X weeks, it'll free up this amount of space. That might be useful.
You could use that then to do, make some graphs and alerts based on those to compute. Like, all right, well, after this, each cycle of dates, here's how much would be freed. Here's how much will be remaining if we haven't changed anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Now, since I remembered this bit of information, I haven't had opportunity to try it on a machine to see what the actual output it was. But I remember Alan Jude telling me about some flag that would tell you how much is going to be destroyed, and I think it would. I'm quite sure it was this one here. So
if not,
give it
maybe Alan will write in and tell us how wrong we are.
Maybe he will. Maybe he will.
Awesome.
But yeah, try that one. I would say that a really good snapshot tool would have something like this built in to say, okay, you've got this much saved. This is how much is going to come free later. But that sounds like a whole graphing thing. I wouldn't be. It almost sounds like there's a market for a third-party tool to say how much. Snapshots.
Some extra value here of managing your snapshots, capacity planning, all that kind of stuff on top of the primitives that ZFS provides.
And like you said, graph it over time. There's some good snapshot tools that say that add to the snapshot attributes to the file system that say this is supposed to be retained this long. I don't remember the name of the tool that Alan uses that does this, but it sounds very good. Or it might be Mark Feld. One of them uses a snapshot tool that adds attributes to the snapshot file system for retention values and stuff like that.
Well, this seems like an excellent idea for a future deep dive about snapshots, retention, and related material.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for writing in, Richard. Let us know if that works for your use case or if you find something else. Okay, up next is a letter from our friend Laszlo. He writes about a cheap but very good managed switch. In a recent episode, a listener was asking about a low-cost managed switch. I recommend giving a try to MikroTik's network gear. MikroTik is a big name in Europe. The company is from Latvia. I've used many of their routers at home and in an enterprise environment as well. Feld said in US in the past he had issues with them. Dan knows who Feld is. I think you just mentioned him, didn't you, Dan?
Yep.
I have a US market MikroTik RB951. Oh, $45. Hey, that is very reasonable, right in the price range we're thinking about here. He's been using it at home for 2 years so far with no issues at all. It has a lot of features. Perhaps a home user will never use all of them. It takes some time to learn, but using it isn't very different. It's managed like any other professional network device. It can be accessed via SSH, web, and their own software, which run on Windows, but can be easily ported to OS X. And then for more, he provides some links to MikroTik as well as Amazon.com. Yeah, interesting. Yep. Oh, so that's the, is that the router board model line, I wonder? I know I've looked a little bit at MikroTik devices as well. Let's take a look here.
And while that's loading up, full disclosure, I work with Mark and Feld, the two people mentioned that. Sorry, I work with Laszlo and with Feld.
Awesome. That's great. Yeah, okay, so these do look pretty neat. I've heard good things about Router OS. I've looked into, I don't have a managed switch at home right now, but boy, especially after this.
You may soon.
I may soon, especially at these prices, like I'm willing to spend a little bit, and I have that new Unify, and so it would be nice to take my network gear up to the next level and then just kind of have some network infrastructure I can depend on for the next 5 years.
Yep. There
Awesome.
you go.
All right. Well, thank you, Laszlo, for writing in. That's great, and please keep these coming. I haven't made the decision yet, so if anyone else has any awesome network switch ideas, I think we'd love to hear about it. On to our final piece of feedback this evening. That's from Aaron. Aaron's writing to us about ButterFS and net neutrality. Hey, Dan and Wes. I love you with every part of my body, but I'm writing to voice not one, but two unpopular opinions. First, I want to say that I'm a bit leery of net neutrality. Don't get me wrong, I don't want ISPs or backbones giving preferential treatment to partners. On the other hand, I don't know how much I want the FCC involved with the internet, given their penchant for limiting free speech on other platforms like TV and radio. Not to mention the current political environment, which is beginning to incline towards limitations on speech from both sides of the aisle. I don't want the internet to become like TV and radio. The thing is, net neutrality doesn't strike at the root of the problem, which is the monopoly that a few companies have on the internet, a monopoly which is reinforced by regulation. I think if the regulations that favor the incumbent in the ISP market were removed, net neutrality would cease to be a concern, or at least would be much less important. Competition is the cure. Sorry to get political. Dan started it. I agree that, with things as they are, net neutrality is important, but it's just propping up a fundamentally broken system. Second thing. I've been using Btrfs for years on personal machines and reaping the benefits of copy on write, snapshots, soft RAID, checksums, and free compression for years. It's the default on OpenSUSE, and nobody in that camp seems to have any problems. There are a few things they say not to do, and have always said not to do. Most famously, don't use RAID 5 or 6. So I buy more disks. No big deal. Though I do think this feature should be disabled by default if it's as potentially destructive as they say. Second, don't use the check command on an FS that isn't broken. Just scrub it to validate integrity. Sure, Btrfs can get slow as you begin to reach disk capacity, and you need to have some hygiene about snapshots and metadata to keep that from happening. But if you treat your Btrfs partitions right, you get a lot of goodness at a much lower performance cost than ZFS. That said, can someone please explain to me what happened that made everyone so paranoid about Btrfs? I don't know. I never have any problems. Maybe it's just me. XOXO, Aaron. Well, thanks for writing, Aaron. Even when you have opinions that, hey, maybe we don't agree with, maybe we do. I think it's awesome to be able to have this dialogue, between you, our audience, and us. So I'll just take this to turn it right here. Dan, would you like to comment about his first point?
Yep. The claim that we don't need to regulate it because the providers will do it right if there's competition, I take issue with that. Look at the vehicles that are manufactured for sale in countries that do not have collision standards. Like the 5-star rating that cars sold in the US and Canada get in terms of different collision tests. If you look at the cars that are sold or manufactured specifically for other markets, such as China, for example, this is the post I saw recently. Those cars perform terribly poorly in collisions. Why? They make them that way because it's cheaper and they can sell them that way. Why do these regulations exist? Because people thought it was a good idea for us not to die in car accidents. So they put those in, and the car manufacturers have to conform in order to sell stuff here. As demonstrated by the cars that are designed for sale in that other country, they don't do it because they don't have to, and it's cheaper for them not to. So that's my claim as to why regulation is needed, because it's pretty clear that when the big ISPs can get away with it, they will get away with it. Introducing more competition isn't enough because the smaller competitors just basically can't do it anyway. Sorry, that doesn't hold water. No, they're, whether you're big or small, you're not going to follow net neutrality unless it's forced upon you. That's been demonstrated several times by different players in the market. And the one that I want to mention is Netflix being asked to pay money in order for us to carry their content. I'm sorry, but Netflix is not your customer. I'm your customer. And if I want to take content from Netflix, I've already paid for that delivery. So you should just be delivering it and not throttling them because you want them to pay for more of your infrastructure. You can't double dip. You can't double dip for the suppliers of the data and the people that are consuming the data. So that's my claim as to why net neutrality is needed.
So I do sympathize with some things. Obviously, we don't have the ideal system. I also don't want to see the internet become too much like over-the-air TV and the way that's regulated. But I don't see that as the direction that it would go, even if net neutrality were to get strong support, which obviously it doesn't really have under the current political regime. But I also think that like competition that we could definitely use with more competition, that would be good as well. But then we're really relying on the marketplace to, to have the right incentives. So like you were talking about there, I think that's a perfect example. Yeah, people want, safe cars, but a lot of times, especially in the world we live in, you're going to choose the cheapest option that you think can get you by. And if it has, they market it as safe, but there's no real guarantees that it's safe. I think could see the same thing happening to internet. And a lot of, we like to think that because sure, our audience, us, we would try to choose and support with our money, the companies that weren't doing these kinds of behaviors that we didn't like. But we are a small minority out of all the consumers who are, accessing the internet, and most people don't care. And if they just get a better deal or a cheaper deal, or it gets them free data or free streaming, then that's still what they're going to pick, and we're going to be right in the same boat. As for ButterFS, so I think you're right that ButterFS, you can certainly use it day to day without any problems. It is a godsend just to have copy on write and snapshots. I do use it on systems. It's really handy, especially for you're just playing around. It's handy for containers. It's handy for rootfs. I think the biggest problem is, it's kind of multifold. One, CFS was able to be worked on before it was open sourced and put out there behind closed doors at Sun for a long time, and it reached a really stable place before it was seeing heavy deployments outside of that. ButterFS didn't really have that. Secondly, I think when ButterFS came out, there was a lot of excitement, rightfully so, but there was kind of some fanboyism. There's a little bit of bad blood between the ZFS license and Linux community and how that should work, as well as just like sometimes, unfortunately, like the BSD community and the Linux community trying to compete with each other, and BSD, Illumos, all those things. They've got the first class ZFS support. I think we're probably rightfully a little jealous of that. So there was ButterFS for at least a while. It really was billed as this, it could be a replacement. Some of its design architecture is a little more flexible. It has some different features, some neat things that ZFS doesn't have. So I think there was some of this like excitement, like, oh, well, we don't need your ZFS. We've got ButterFS. And it just hasn't really been proved out that way. It does work very well for a lot of use cases, on your laptop file system, day-to-day use, whatever. But it has not become the kind of enterprise reliable storage appliance that really is where ZFS shines the most these days. So I think that's where a lot of it comes from. It's not that you can't use ButterFS. It's just that it hasn't become this like all-in-one wonderful file system that you can use for so many things and have really absolute trust in. Plus, they've had some kind of bad PR or botched marketing in the ways that they've marketed it. Like you said, like they don't disable things when they're broken. So there's some communications on a wiki that's maybe infrequently updated. So it's just not managed in a way where, it gives casual end users a lot of confidence. I feel very confident I can install ZFS, install it, get it set up, follow some simple guides and not break things or lose data. And I'm not quite sure that's true for the average person trying to come to ButterFS and using some of the advertised features. So keep using it. I'm glad that you haven't had any problems. I'm glad that people are adopting it and that it gets more advancement, but I don't see it ever really becoming a competitor to ZFS in the same way in the enterprise storage market. Any thoughts on your side about that, Dan?
I'm biased. I'm not sure the performance cost difference between the two operating systems is very significant, because he actually said at a much lower performance cost than ZFS. I don't think that's true. I don't have anything to back it up, but I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I think you'd need some, it is really easy to run ButterFS. It is really easy, especially on Linux, because it's in the kernel and those sorts of things. So there's some like lower barriers that way. And I know people like to talk about the memory usage of ZFS, but I think, there's plenty of sysctls and other options to tune that and control it. So I think for that, we'd have to see some real data about like, here's my constraint system, here's the same workload on both file systems, here's how they performed over X amount of time, and then maybe we could have a discussion about it. And that brings us to the final segment of today's show. That's right, it's the Roundup, the time in the show where we cover some stories we didn't have enough time in the main segment, but they're still interesting. We're still fascinated by them. Let's get into it. What do you have for us right now, Dan?
So we've got a stream of Twitter posts from a chap who used to be a Unix admin for a bunch of DoD systems.
Oh, interesting.
And the government wouldn't let him make a bunch of changes to secure them. So the default configs were so bad that they were crashed without needing to be exploited. They were just bad. So out of the 50 boxes, one never had any problems. It ran perfectly without the need for intervention, unlike the others. So since he figured it was a blessed configuration, he should find out what was going on. And so he got into the box and discovered it had been compromised and was being used to distribute pirated software. They had also patched the vulns he wasn't allowed to fix. How ironic. And I remember talking about this last show about when systems are compromised, they often patch them in order to stop them from being compromised by other people. So his response was to request that the government allow their other systems to be compromised so that they could be fixed.
That's amazing.
And where was it? And basically, they had to put the server down in order to save it, is what someone else said. So, that really didn't work.
No, not at all. That's funny. But sometimes, like, you're in those positions, and like you have these very ossified policies. You're just not allowed to make any kinds of changes. So it's so funny that, like, yeah, well, someone else is going to do it for us, guys, and you might not like the results.
No, we're going to have to do so much testing with this new version.
Yeah, exactly. That's amazing. I'm gonna have to follow him for some more of those good stories.
Yes.
Okay, up next we've got Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger is a new class of potential attacks affecting Android devices. These attacks allow a malicious app to completely control the UI feedback loop and take over the device without giving the user a chance to notice the malicious activity. That sounds bad.
It seems to be these attacks require two permissions that, in case the app is installed from the Play Store, the user does not need to explicitly grant, and for which the user is not even notified. So our user study indicates that these attacks are practical. These attacks affect all recent versions of Android, including the latest, Android 7.1.2, and they are yet to be fixed.
Yikes.
So, if there doesn't seem to be any way around it, really. It just sort of happens. The possible attacks include advanced clickjacking, unconstrained keystroke recording, stealthy phishing, the silent installation of a God mode app with all permissions enabled, and silent phone unlocking plus arbitrary actions while keeping the screen off. So unlocking the phone with arbitrary actions while keeping the screen off is sort of like, let's listen to what's being said.
Yes, it is. Wow.
So they did a study with 20 human subjects and no user understood what happened. Most of these attacks are due to design issues, and to date, all these attacks are still practical. To see which versions of Android are affected and responsible disclosure, look below. And which versions are affected? It's Android 5.1, Android 6, and Android 7. And basically, they're all vulnerable. And there was a partial fix on Android 7.1.2, but it's not quite completely fixed.
Yeah, they've got some other things here, like what do they think Google should do, as well as what's Google's official reply been. Sounds like, they're trying to build some more protections into into Android O, but yeah, for the moment, these things are still vulnerable. So it's good to be aware of, try to stay safe. And as always, Android is unfortunately sometimes a risky platform.
It's a great platform, but send us updates, patch it.
Patch it, exactly. Patch your S, or hopefully they'll patch their S, and then we can patch our S. I don't know, something like that. I'm confused. All right, on to the next story. A major incident at Capito Data Center. Multiple services still knackered. Still on knees some 36 hours later.
Yeah, this came in to us via feedback, and someone said they work at a company. They're not allowed to say. They didn't want to tell us which company.
Naturally.
But basically, they hadn't done anything for 2 days. Just nothing they could do. So this sounds like a really big deal, especially since it includes the NHS. NHS in England is the National Health Service. which is a big deal. You don't want that going offline.
No, you do not. Those are serious social services that can really impact people. So that's unfortunate. But it does, it goes to show you we just place how much, kind of like we talked about at the top of the show, how much, we do rely on these data centers. They're very solidified things. They're like one place runs a whole bunch of services. You can have things like power outages, grid failures, or just random equipment failures that can really bring down a whole lot of operations.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed messages from this post. So one was an off-site power failure, and then they talk about a virtualization platform. Due to a technical fault in one of our data centers, some clients are experiencing issues, blah, 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 blah. But they also talk about they probably had to fly in parts from out of the country as the infrastructure is so old.
I see.
But that sounds like sour grapes, so I'm not really sure. According to rumor, there's a power failure in West Malling, and the generators failed, shutting down the whole data center.
Yikes.
So, yeah, you gotta test your power.
Test your backups, test your redundant power supplies. Yeah.
Mm-hmm,
Yikes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just say I'm glad I don't work there right now.
I'm glad it's not me affected by this. This would be horrible.
Exactly. Everyone be thankful to their service providers.
Yes.
All right, that brings us to the last story of today's roundup. 83% of security staff waste time fixing other IT problems. This just, I'm not even reading the article. This just sounds so plausible. A lot of people don't necessarily understand where the divisions here are. There's a lot of IT brokenness in general. But boy, that is not a great use of security researchers' time.
No. I remember working for one company that as it was being prepared to be sold, this wasn't in the past few years, as it was being prepared to be sold, they started cutting back on a lot of expenses, and they removed the people that used to come around and clean the kitchens and restock all the coffee and tea and stuff like that. And so they just said, well, we're going to take turns. The staff is going to do this, which I found incredible. You're paying people, tens of thousands of dollars a month in order to clean the kitchen. I don't really see the savings here.
Yeah, that's really not a great use of, it seems like that kind of short-sighted accounting where, yes, right now, immediately, it does save you maybe a little bit of money, but in the long run, no.
But it's a saving. They just want to get the savings on the book.
Exactly.
So that they can sell themselves off to another buyer. That was the only reason they did it.
I see.
And what was particularly a sour taste in my mouth there was the fact that they wanted people who didn't use the kitchen to clean the kitchen.
So everyone gets a hand in the chores there.
Everyone gets a hand in the chores. I didn't drink coffee or tea at that time.
Yeah. Well, then you just have to start, right? And just.
Yep. It was interesting.
That's too bad. Yeah. So these guys, looks like they surveyed some organizations. 8% of professionals surveyed, helping colleagues out of 5 hours a week or more. It could be costing over $400,000. They're potentially paying qualified security professional salaries upwards of $100,000 a year and seeing up to 12.5% of that investment being spent on non-security related activities. Yikes. Yeah, it really just goes to show you, people don't really understand IT or security, and it's not getting a lot better. Hopefully, this report will shed some light and give some backbone to people who need to stand up and say, like, no, listen, these are not my responsibilities. Here's really what's important to the organization, and hopefully, you can draw a line in the sand and do what you need to do.
Your manager should be helping with that. When you say, "Hey, no, sorry, I can't do that because I've been asked to do this." Get a ticketing system in.
Yeah, exactly. As always, cover your own ass, document things that you do and show that your time is, being wasted or not utilized effectively, and try to make an economic argument because that's always the most effective.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Awesome. All right. Well, anything else you'd like to share with our wonderful audience today?
No, that's everything.
Awesome. All right. Well, then, this has been episode 322 of the TechSnap program, streamed live on May 31st, 2017. If you'd like to see more of our program, head on over to jupiterbroadcasting.com. There you'll find our contact page, as well as the show archives, the calendar, and the live stream. Oh, just so much good stuff. If you'd like to see even more, go to techsnap.reddit.com, or you can find us both on Twitter. I am at Wes Payne. He is at TechSnap. @Jim_Dan. Stay tuned, and we'll see you next week.
This is Coder Radio, episode 260 for June 8th, 2017. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Coder Radio, Jupiter Broadcasting's weekly talk show taking a pragmatic look at the art and business of software development and its related technologies. This episode is brought to you by our two fine sponsors, DigitalOcean and Scale Your Code. I'll tell you more about those great sponsors, as this here show goes on. My name is Chris, and join us every single work week, every week that he works. Why, yes, it's Mr. Michael Dominic. Hello, Mike.
You know what? Jar Jar can't be with us today.
No, he's busy. He's a blogger.
Well,
he's a blogger, so.
Actually, I tied him into a chair in the closet because I am doing something that he said would give him major PTSD.
You know, I've tried doing that so many times. We gotta trade rope notes after the show.
I just played the sounds of children crying, and he kind of shut down.
Oh, that makes sense. So what was it Jar Jar was going to try to stop you from doing this week?
I was going to drive to Washington, D.C., stand up and move for a vote of no confidence in the Galactic Senate.
Yeah, okay.
Or particularly the U.S. Senate.
I don't know if you can quite pull that off. I don't know if maybe, I'm not totally familiar with the semantics of things, but I'm thinking maybe you don't have any authority. And so you would basically
I have the authority of bro love.
Oh, well, that's a powerful thing.
Who is a bigger, quite literally bigger bro?
Taller, at least.
Than James.
Nobody's bigger or taller than James Comey. And you know, nobody is as folksy. Lordy, nobody is as folksy, golly, as...
Lordy, I hope we're taping this show.
I hope so too, actually. Me too, but for totally different reasons. Yeah, that has been... So I guess people could be listening to this show years later. So, but today... Everybody's talking about the former director of the FBI's testimony. It was live streamed. I guess I don't know if that's the right term anymore. I guess broadcast. I don't know when it was on all of the major news networks, hosted by their main key anchors. Twitter was it was a real performance. Twitter was like a performance art today. It was really something.
You know, Twitter was oddly quiet in some sectors, though.
Really? You know, I was seeing a lot of great tweets. A lot of people passing around tweets.
There was one Twitter artist who was not apparently paying attention.
Oh. Well, I think he was busy today. I think he had little speeches.
So when I think Jim Comey, Chris, I think of T.H. White's wonderful book, The Once and Future King. Are you familiar with that?
I am not. Could you refresh my memory? I don't think I...
It is a version of the Legend of King Arthur.
Okay, all right.
Now, let's just put it mildly. Everybody in that room, James Comey is the only honest guy.
Yeah.
Or gal.
It seems like it. Sure seems like it. Golly.
Like, he straight up admitted to leaking stuff, right? He's like, oh, yeah, no, I handed that to my friend. And,
yeah.
You know, why? Because I wanted to make sure that, the media went my way, right? Like,
so what does Mike take away from this?
Well, I want to talk about the fucking Republicans and the fucking Democrats.
Right at the top, everybody.
Right. So I'm going to go for 100% offense rate here. Let's start with the Republicans.
Hello, everybody.
You know that old country song, Coward of the County?
Should we disclaim that the rest of the show won't be about this, but just this part of the show is about this?
I'm not sure I can make that promise right now.
All right, okay.
So the level of just pure cowardice is unbelievable, right? Bill Clinton got impeached for a blowjob that he lied about. Really? How about lying about trying to have back channels with the Russian ambassador? I just want to throw it out there.
Well, technically, see, the problem was Bill lied under oath. That was technically the issue.
Oh, because, when you swear to God, by the way, Bill Clinton and I think the irony in congressmen using that you put your hand on a Bible for anything is just amazing.
There's some irony there, yeah.
Right. So their whole thing is like, we want tax cuts and we will do anything to get them, right? Like, you know, they are the co-eds that you've seen on the internet that aren't really co-eds, right? But you know what? I kind of get the Republicans. You want tax cuts, you have your interests, and you're, you know, morally bankrupt. Who isn't? I'm from New Jersey. You know, fine. The Democrats. To take a win, and I don't just mean Clinton, you guys have won everything. In the modern history of this country, liberals have won everything. You have civil rights, gay rights, relative equality for trans people, and you just won gay marriage. But instead of stopping and letting the kind of middle of the country catch up, you were like, fuck that, let's double down. And oh, wait, we now inflamed this entire group of people? Huh. Well, in the coffee shop in Fifth Avenue in Midtown and in San Francisco, I seem perfectly reasonable. Yeah, but you guys are not the majority of the country.
So,
particularly when you count that we vote geographically, not based on, you know,
yeah, see, Democrats are winning at everything except elections. Basically,
no, but their major policies, they have won, right? I mean, if you look at social policy,
yep.
there is no conservative victories, right? Now, Democrats don't feel like they're winning because, you know, they're like the kid who gets one cookie and can't stop, right? Oh, but I don't have another cookie. I need the next thing. Had you waited like 10 years, you would have gotten everything, had your president, and basically, because of demographics, destroyed the Republican Party. But you didn't wait. You couldn't stop. You started bitching about bathrooms. And then, with some help from our friends, dare I say comrades, you got Trump. And because you failed to do things through legislation, much of your stuff is going to be overridden, except for the major things that were done by the Supreme Court. So good job. And are you ready, Chris? I blame the Democrats for all of this, not the Republicans.
Yeah. I would probably agree. See, I have probably a more cynical take on all of this than you do.
Please bring the cynicism.
I feel like, well, part of it is I feel like I got to keep my powder dry for tonight's Unfiltered. So, because I'm recording Unfiltered tonight.
Keep your powder dry.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this: you're right in the sense that on both sides, they are corporatists, is what the problem is. I'll just put this is my summary. They're corporatists, and that's what their interests lie in, not with the demographics of the people or what even I think even the scenario of the people on the coast are driving the politics. I don't buy that either. They are all being driven by special interests. It's just the reality.
So you don't even think that the Democrats legitimately believe that, like, because I actually think they're fairly sincere, right? That they believe in gay marriage, they believe in transgender rights, and they want transgender equality. You don't think so? You straight up think it's a pure wow.
So I am
actually the less extreme person.
I am sure there are some of them in the party that feel very strongly about those issues, and that's why they're Democrats. And I'm sure there's some Republicans that feel very strongly about their issues, and that's why they're Republicans. Those aren't the people running the party, though, and that's why the party's losing.
Yes, I sort of feel like the Republicans are bankrupt morally in terms of we're talking about the politicians here, by the way. So if you are like a rank and file guy who votes Republican or Democrat or gal, it's not you. Although maybe Chris thinks it is you. But
no.
I don't like the Republicans are so transparent, right? That's what makes it hard for me to say the Democrats. And I have voted Republican in almost everything except for this last election. So, you know, on one hand, like I always felt the Republicans, because their policies were kind of regressive, were forced to always be reasonable, right? Like you can't just say, I want to go back to 1960, right? But the Democrats are like, we're going to go to year 3000 and change the world.
All of this makes my head spin. It all feels, you know, it is. It's really getting to the point now where I bet people just listening to the show are getting completely triggered. I bet there's some people listening going, "This is the worst episode of Coda Radio ever," because it's so hypercharged. Like
it's going to get so much worse.
I know. Actually, I think it really will because you know the 2018 elections are really what this is all sort of leading up to.
Well, and for a president not to win a second term, like, doesn't happen, right? So it's very rare.
Yeah, I think this is. I think you're right. This is only going to get worse, and the only way to make it better is if we all just kind of listen a bit more and don't quite freak out as much. Now, I'm not saying you are doing this. I'm just saying in general, like there's like the only solution to this problem is to de-weaponize political speech is to just keep a level head.
And we can end on this, right? I mean, my general criticism of the Democrats and how they've handled this entire thing is instead of saying we believe in these things and eventually we think we should get to this place, they said we believe in these things. They have to have now, and anybody who disagrees with us is evil, racist, misogynistic, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So once you tell me, or I'm not even saying that I feel this way, but the middle of the country, right? That's what we're talking about here, and Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, that they're evil. Guess what they do? They automatically vote against you because no one wants to be dressed down like they're 5 years old.
Yeah.
Except for Jim Comey, who apparently loves it because he keeps showing up.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a long, hard session. This thing, I keep telling myself we're not even 200 days after the election. So it's all still very new. It feels so long. I know, but so there's still so much hurt over it on like the different sides, and there's so many bad feelings still. Like, and once we get a couple years into this thing, some of that might simmer down. Some of that particular like sting from the loss. And the media is still in a reactionary mode too.
It's funny though. I promise this will be the last 2 minutes here. If you listen to like really liberal outlets like Vox Media, for instance, or the new one, Crooked Media, you can tell all at once they all kind of decided to pivot to, we're not going to complain about the election rush anymore. Let's talk about issues. And it's weird that it all like happened on the same week.
When you didn't say Fox, by the way, you said Vox.
V as in Victor.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. No, if you listen, I did watch some Fox last night. It was interesting.
My friend, let me tell you something. There is no doubt in my mind, as somebody who's been watching the news every single day, every station, every major outlet and publication for over 3 years on a daily basis, even holidays, I can tell you something switches at some point. And I'm not saying it's like some master conspiracy, but something switches in the production offices and in the writing rooms of these places, and on a dime, all of them, CNN, CBS, ABC, NBC, MSNBC, the Fox, they will all pivot on a story. They will immediately. And sometimes it takes several hours where you'll see like a ripple effect where one network makes a change and another network, or like the New York Times makes a correction, and then there's a massive ripple effect. It is a fascinating thing to watch because I don't think it's like some master conspiracy. I think it's more like a herd mentality. I think it's like some sort of herd mentality thing.
So it's almost like lemmings. They kind of just follow each other, follow the leader.
Yeah, and I think part of it's driven by CYA. Like they're like, well, shit, if this story just became toxic, we don't want to be the one that goes under the bus to cover this story.
Right. I mean, especially like some of the more liberal outlets, right? They don't want to be seen as hammering the Russian thing too hard.
Yeah,
it's kind of like
if it starts to lose steam, and all of a sudden, if you're Rachel Maddow and you've been building your largest ratings for your network ever on this story.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Rachel Maddow, I would vet your sources first. But, it's kind of like following whatever a major tech company wants to show you, that like they call a pod and copy somebody else and sell it to you.
Yeah, it really is. Should we get into some of that here in a bit?
Let's do it. You like politics? I bet you like Apple.
So before we go there, I thought maybe just for sakes of completion, because we've been following the rise of Marissa Mayer, and now we're following the fall on this show. It's been an arc that we just have checked in with from time to time. So before we get totally into the weeds, I thought this would be good to check in. So it's official as of today. Yahoo shareholders have approved the company sale to Verizon for a reduced $4.48 billion. It's expected to close next Tuesday. Yahoo and AOL will merge into a combined entity called OAuth. God damn, dude, that's awful. And AOL has indicated it's planning more than 2,000 layoffs after the close.
So, can I fail like this?
Oh, man.
Wow, I'm going to call this a win.
Yeah,
right? $4.4 billion?
They only knocked the price off by $350 million, so that's not too bad for Marissa, really. Not too bad. She'll be stepping down as a CEO, and she's going to own about 186 million shares worth of stock when she leaves.
Which is basically worthless, but that's okay.
Yeah. Interesting, huh? Remember when she left? She was a celebrity of Google. She was really a celebrity at Google when she left. She was a name, and the Yahoo machine just sort of ate her up. And I don't know. I think it was. I think one of the reasons we followed it is we always knew it was one of those classical
Well, it was
CEO
super hyped, right?
super hype CEO. It was like the Predator. It was the, what's the right word? It was like the alpha hype that eventually became like the Satya Nadella hype when he became CEO. Like they refined it with Marissa Mayer. And so it was interesting to watch it on the show, to watch the tech industry come together to put this woman up just as this untouchable, unfallible example of Silicon Valley changing. And it just, they built her up so high that she had never had anywhere to go but down.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of context, right? You have to remember when she sort of rose, quote unquote, was right in the middle of, I would say at the height of kind of the, all the talk about sexism and gender and all that stuff. And certain tech blogs really made an effort to promote her. Looks like Karis.
She's on the covers of magazines and all kinds of stuff.
She was on Vogue, which
that's
weird.
what it was. Yeah.
But I mean, I actually was a fan, right, in the beginning. But like, new CEO, bad company means bad company, right? Like, what could she have done other than like lay off half the company and put them in a different business?
Yeah, market forces were at play with that one too.
Right. I mean, momentum is a thing, right? You can't really turn a big ship.
Yeah.
If you don't have good AI and good backend service, I'm thinking about the wrong company. God damn it.
Hey, one more just kind of newsworthy item before we get into all of the nitty details of today's episode. Android O beta, public beta, is out with stable APIs. So these are the final APIs, and that's out for download as we go on the air. That just came out. So I just thought I'd pass that along. Also, shout out to JB Hawk of Truth, who apparently got to hang out with you in the flesh.
Yes, we had some beer. It was great.
Damn it, dude. I didn't know he was in your area. Was he visiting?
He
or is he
not. He was visiting, yeah.
Okay. I see how it is. Goes and visits Mike. Doesn't visit me. It's the West Coast bias right there at play. Also, kind of interesting, the June 5th, the day of WWDC, anniversary of the iPod Hi-Fi introduction for $349. 11 years ago.
I totally forgot about that.
11 years ago, on the day of WWDC, it was the iPod Hi-Fi introduction for $349. Just thought I'd point that out just really quick before we get into it. So we do have a bunch of WWDC stuff to cover, and we're going to try to make sure we take a specific developer angle on this. It is a developers conference. And so I decided to do something that you don't have to now, but you can if you'd like. I watched the damn State of the Union, like the almost 2 hour. How long is this thing? It's almost like an hour and 40 minutes or something. I watched that State of the Union, and I walked away with a few interesting tidbits. So I think there is stuff, even if you're not a iOS developer or a Mac user, it's interesting to see what one of the largest technology platforms for developers is doing, and they're doing some things that is a little bit of catch-up, and they're doing some new stuff. I want to talk about all of that. I also want to talk about Scale Your Code. Go to scaleyourcode.com and sign up to get access to interviews, inside looks, and tutorials. It's a low-flow mailing list, too, and that's really nice. You put your email address in there, and you get access to these interviews. It's a good resource. If you are a small business, or if you're working in a group or a team, or you're building infrastructure, troubleshooting, things like that. In fact, we're going to talk a little bit down the road about AR and VR today. Mr. Dominic is wearing his AR headset right now. He always is, constantly. He's constantly augmenting his reality. And you can learn more about JavaScript and its role in artificial intelligence, AR, and VR with Eric Elliott, the author of Programming JavaScript Applications for O'Reilly. He's contributed to things like Adobe's applications. He also is a big Zumba fan. He writes for the Wall Street Journal and the BBC. He spends most of his time in the San Francisco area, trying to keep Michael Dominic out of that area. And he did a great interview with Scale Your Code, from both the hiring aspect of the job to actually working with the technology and JavaScript and AR and all that. Go to scaleyourcode.com to sign up to get access to just that interview and so many more great interviews, like Jeff Atwood from Stack Exchange and Discourse, and Jeremy from Netflix and Reddit, and David from Basecamp. There's so many other great interviews. Go to scaleyourcode.com, sign up, and get access. And thanks to Scale Your Code for sponsoring the Coder Radio program. Mr. Dominic, let's start with sort of the thing we probably have the least to say and sort of work our way in. So I thought this was fascinating. Apple officially announced an external graphics development kit that will be officially supported in Mac OS High Sierra, which is their new OS name. It connects over Thunderbolt 3 with a USB-C connector. They're reselling a third-party kit right now, a Sonnet external GPU chassis with an AMD Radeon RX 580 with 5 gigs of video RAM. And they're including the cable, and they're also including a $100 promo towards the purchase of a Vive headset. $600. You have to be an Apple developer to be eligible to grab it. But this is, I think, the first big public response to responding to a lot of the criticisms we've had about the horsepower of the MacBook Pro and them sort of acknowledging that high-end graphics does have a role in the Mac. They went really all in with VR in general in this keynote for the Mac. Valve announced support for Metal. So did the Unreal 4 engine. And so did the Unity engine. What do you think of this? Do you have anything to say? Should we move on?
So I've been trying to look into this. One of the things, does this actually run as a GPU? Right?
Yes.
Is it run over PCI? It does.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And on the MacBook Pro 15, you have 4 PCI lanes, which is probably more than sufficient to run this thing and maybe like some external monitors.
But will applications that haven't been specifically developed to use this?
Yes.
So like, if you have an
application that uses Metal, OpenCL, or OpenGL, Mac OS will route it to this video card.
So if you have like WoW on your computer, on your Mac, and you run this, you're in good shape.
Yep. So if you just want a game, you could use this to game. Of course, the reason why it's a Radeon is that specifically on Mac OS, there's a lot of Apple's applications like Motion and Final Cut that have been custom tuned to run well on Radeon graphics. So, but you could put an NVIDIA GTX 1080 in this too. People are already doing that. The support's been in Mac OS now for like a release, I think, or and a half maybe even. I don't know exactly. I don't follow that closely. But you can do this today with external graphics on the 15-inch MacBook Pro with this exact setup. Apple is just officially introducing Metal support and full OS support for it in High Sierra. I think this is big for people that want to get into machine learning. I've had 2 conversations recently with people that are replacing their laptops with laptops that have large dedicated GPUs because their work is moving them into machine learning. And so this seems like a response to that. So there you go. And VR could be interesting. But I thought, let's talk about something that could have more direct ramifications for not just users of iOS, but for developers that want to create new types of applications. In iOS 11, developers will get full access to a degree to the NFC chip. So instead of just being available for Apple Pay, the iPhone will now be able to read NFC tags, which is going to open the door for wireless exchange of information between the iPhone and all kinds of devices. There'd be just tag devices, check-in devices, locks, all kinds of things that have sort of been vertically locked to like industry and small use cases and high-end Android phones. Once you put it on iOS from the iPhone 7 forward, this is going to become a sort of a generally available technology. And I think it's going to be a huge boost for NFC uses. Like I could tell you right now, one I would use, absolutely would use, if somebody created an app that allowed me to set notification preferences based on NFC tags. If I would put a tag on the table because they're really low profile. And I would set my phone down on that tag, and I would love it to mute my phone every time I'm in the studio and it's on that tag. And then when I take it off that tag, my phone unmutes. I would love that functionality. So hopefully we'll see lots of different types of apps and use cases for NFC with the iPhone. And I would hope that with iOS getting full support for it, it'll increase the uses for Android phones that already have that technology for a while now. Okay. So far, is there anything that do you want to keep going? We're moving fast.
I have a little different take on the NFC thing. I don't know that it's going to matter, right? Wouldn't that have been more popular already? Like I don't hear about people claiming, oh, geez, if I just had NFC access, I could do this application I want to do. I
think it's because Apple hasn't supported it in the iPhone now never. There's never been support in the iPhone. I think it's stagnated the industry. I think it's like, who's gonna? So here's the problem: is lots of Android phones have it, a very small percentage of the Android users know it, and you do see like some applications like Foursquare and other apps that will like do check-in support with NFC tags or whatever, like Facebook app I think will do it too.
Right.
Samsung's played around a lot with it, and they'll sell like packs of tags that you can put on stuff. But I think no one's been willing to go all in because there's been no iOS market to sell it to. Because if you're going to release an app and try to make some money on it, you're probably going to try to sell it on iOS. And if there's no NFC support, it's a non-starter. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe I would love to see. I would have tags all over the place. I'd be tagging everything, man. Tagging everything.
Right, but you know how to do it, right? I'm thinking like, from my perspective, could I develop an application that I could throw in the App Store because this exists, and all the user has to buy is the app, not like set up their house for NFC?
Yeah, maybe it's going to be more applicable to manufacturers of smart devices that are going to integrate like with HomeKit
like
or something.
Like enterprise development for like a hotel.
Sure. Oh yeah,
right?
man.
You use your iPhone as your key. Like that all makes a ton of sense.
Sure. Or just for work. I mean, there's so many you could have, user recognition. One of the things I'm learning about home automation is that presence detection is a really key element to any kind of automation, like knowing when the worker is in a certain room or the home user is in a certain room and being able to automate lighting, cooling, alarm systems, safety systems in the case of manufacturing places. What my understanding from that has been is that presence detection is really the silver bullet. Once they nail presence detection, a lot of other things click into place. And so I feel like NFC tagging could help with that, which could have larger long-term ramifications. A couple other things. So I watched the State of the Union. So Apple has the big keynote right at the beginning. It's hosted by Tim Cook, and your Craigs and all your different Apple celebs come up on stage, and they introduce the parts that they're responsible for. And it was a fast-paced WWDC. Like they did the whole we're just gonna forgo the company updates and just get right into it with 6 things, and that was interesting. And they busted them through essentially in the order of importance, which is somewhat telling. But what the nitty details that really matter to developers, those get held until the next day when they have the State of the Union address that is made publicly available. That you can go watch even if you don't make it to WWDC. And that's where you get extra details. It's like they recover the keynote, but it's like if the keynote was just for geeks and not the press. And so you get more information. You get more details. And so I've collected a few bits from the State of the Union that most people haven't been covering because it wasn't talked about during the keynote. One thing that I just want to talk about right away, developers already know this, but just to point it out, iOS 11 is going to be 64-bit only, so your 32-bit apps are officially dead with iOS 11.
That's so annoying.
Mm-hmm. And High Sierra will be the last Mac OS that supports 32-bit easily.
Yeah. We should stop on that iOS 11 being 64-bit only, because that's actually going to hurt a lot of, I think, kind of dark matter
I agree.
developers. That actually is going to hit me. If you're using like older middleware, like, I don't know, Ionic 1, your app is almost certainly still 32-bit because of Cordova, right? Or older versions of Cordova. And that upgrade path is not necessarily super easy. And I really don't understand the urgency to like, OS 9 apps could run for years, right? Really, for like a decade in OS 10.
In the State of the Union, they set it up as we're thinning down the OS.
But it's not that big, right? I mean, I understand that like if you have a 32-bit, then you have to import all the 32-bit libraries, right? Like I get the technical argument, but from a practical,
they're always bragging about how fast these phones are, how fast the CPU and storage is. What's the big deal?
What's the big right? Well, what's the big deal?
You know what the big deal is? The big deal is they're stingy with the damn RAM. That's the big deal. They're so damn stingy with the RAM. That's the problem.
Possibly, but I don't even think that matters, right? I mean,
you gotta load all that. You gotta load all the 64-bit libraries and 32-bit libraries up in the middle.
Sure, but the types of apps that are going to be stuck on 32-bit right now are like line of business enterprise apps or apps that are abandoned, but. There are plenty of people running old Cordova apps in their business that are 32-bit.
Yeah.
And so if someone unwittingly upgrades their device or one employee's device to iOS 11, now your line of business app just doesn't work. Is that
Yes.
really like how
That
you're
is-
going to be the leading enterprise company?
I bet it will. I
for-
bet it will hold back adoption of iOS 11.
I actually hope it does for internal deployments, or else you're going to have this. When iOS 7 came out, there was this kind of deluge in the fall of people who didn't realize a bunch of stuff had changed, right? Like, because I make these calls after every WWDC. Hey, you had an app with me. I know you didn't want a maintenance contract because nobody ever wants to buy a maintenance contract. But hey, these things are going to be deprecated. Whatever the list is, right? There's a list every year. Usually, it's pretty minor. iOS 7, it wasn't minor. And what do you think happened around the end of September?
Oh, hey, Mike. Oh, Mike. Hey, Mike. Oh, gosh, Mike.
But not only that, like the finger pointing, you didn't warn us. I'm like, hey, you didn't want to pay for a maintenance contract. And then, hey, I tried to sell you an upgrade. And, you were like, yeah, we'll have to run it up for, for purchasing. And, I don't know. I mean,
Yep.
it really is going to cost that much? Because, God forbid the vendor make money. Why is this necessary? This, unless your thing is like your line of business apps all of a sudden have to be native and written in Swift, because it does to me look like this is going to, on the iOS side, mostly hit folks who are using old Cordova applications.
Well,
which, remember Ionic is Cordova, right? Like Cordova is everywhere.
Okay, well, it could be that. I think it's really about moving the platform forward, keeping it light, reducing the overhead.
If you want to be the enterprise platform, then you need to think a little more like Microsoft, right? Like moving forward, you also have to have some sort of compatibility mode.
Yeah, when I say I think it's going to hold back adoption, I'm thinking like not like numbers that are going to seriously matter to Apple, but I bet like iPads in corporate environments that are using 32-bit apps are just going to stay,
Right.
iOS.
Also, I think Architect in the chat has a great point. What exactly do you think enterprises are going to do with the 64-bit architecture?
Right.
I mean, there might be one or two who are like doing something weird with like the iPad Pro and CAD, but let's be honest.
Do we really
they're
want to
all-
repeat the sins of the past either and repeat Microsoft's mistakes and slow the platform down so that way we can keep corporate America happy? I mean, in some ways, screw those guys. They can rebuild their app and resubmit it. If it matters, though.
People won't pay for me.
I guess they're probably provisionally loading it too. They're probably not going through the App
Right.
Store.
As a developer, I totally agree with you that the right thing to do is to understand that these applications, these pieces of software, are an ongoing expense and need to be maintained and all of that happy horse doo-doo, right? But in the world of reality, where the current one we live in, particularly, people don't view these things as ongoing costs. They just don't. They think they bought an app, right? And I'm talking about like development contracts, and they are deeply, deeply upset at the notion of you're going to pay some vendor, $1,000 a month, whatever the number is, even more trivial, $500 a month, right? Because, well, wait, do I really need that? Like, why do you think most of these enterprise apps up till now are basically all Cordova apps in some form, or Xamarin apps? And actually, Xamarin he's better for this. Xamarin.
Why are they that? Because that's probably what the internal tool chain is already, or it's what the developers
Because they have developers on site who are either web or C# developers. And in the case of Cordova, it's because it's by far the cheapest way to do a mobile application.
See, I submit to you that this is a market opportunity if you can turn it into a sales pitch or a solution, a package.
These are awful sales. I mean, I don't want to get too much into the sales side of it, but these are like awful sales, because what happens is, when Parse is going out of business, I had that, what was it, like $2,000 Parse migration service.
Yeah.
I sold 0 of those. Because people just say, you know what? To hell with it. I don't care.
Yeah. I definitely. That's what really happens with the apps I use. Like I've got one right now that pops up and says, "Soon this app won't work." It's been warning, for forever now that soon this app will no longer work in iOS and makes your phone slow.
It's really ridiculous, because these phones have never been more powerful. They are more powerful than all the computers you and I owned in the 90s combined. And the argument that we'd have to load up 32-bit libraries and it's so much memory is just like a lie, right?
Well, is it rough for you, Apple? Is that rough for you?
Well, but like even with the miserly amount of RAM they give you, it's still a lot of RAM, right? All right, we can move on because.
Well, and plus, if you they've already made changes to the submission process, so essentially it does work itself out eventually. Here's a couple other things though. I gotta say, and I have more to say about this. Really, you really should probably go if you care about some of this stuff deeply. Go watch the State of the Union. I do have it linked in the show notes, but. Excuse me. Damn if Xcode 9 and Swift 4 didn't get some good attention. I'm going to let's talk about those here in a second. But one thing I guess I just quickly want to mention before we get into Xcode, because I really debated bringing this up on the show, but
do it. Search your feelings.
I feel like they are turning iOS into a mild grade Pro workstation on the iPad Pro. I was impressed, and so the reason why I say that is I looked into how they implemented drag and drop, and I know that sounds so stupid, but I looked into it a little bit in the developer documentation, and damn if I'm not impressed. So first of all, it works automatically for text and web content, so if you have like a web field in your app or text field, you already support this. The apps are not aware of the contents until you've released it and dropped it into the app. So you don't. There's no like information leaking.
Right. It's a update system. Yeah.
Standard API for implementing non-standard drag and drop behaviors too. So it's easy for developers to customize that. It generates a nice looking preview, like the way it looks, like the way you can grab multiple items works and looks very smooth. It can work with any type of data. It'll do custom badges for drag content. You can do multi-touch dragging. You can bring it up into the overview mode and move the content around. And collection view and table views come with built-in support for using UI collection view, drag delete, and drag drop. So it's like if you've been just following the trends and how to build your apps in iOS since iOS 7, you are almost ready to go with this out of the box. And that combined with them adding a quasi file manager and real nice actual improvements to multitasking and the way you interact with that new dock system. Yeah, man, it really makes me wonder if the route for me in the future isn't going to be super powerful desktop for video editing and then
an iPad Pro on the road.
And I would have mocked somebody that would have said that before WWDC.
Well, what's interesting to me is and you kind of brought it up tangentially, how if you've just done things the way Apple wanted you to do in iOS 10, you're basically getting, I would say, at least half of this for free.
Yep.
Although if you haven't, right, if you've gone non-native, then you're in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's interesting. I mean, it all kind of ties together, right? Because this is on that. Now we have to talk about, the Xcode tooling upgrades.
I think so. Yeah. So you've got it's rewritten. The source editor is rewritten in Swift from scratch.
Thank Buddha.
It's got a built-in Markdown editor now. There's a lot of cool things about it. Like it supports some pretty swift code folding and things like that.
Like we can actually refactor Swift now.
Yes. Yep. And also Xcode's going to allow you to load Swift 3.2 projects and Swift 4 projects. So you don't have to do a big upgrade just to use the new version of Xcode or the new OS, which means they're probably going to increase their upgrade adoption rate, which is pretty smart. But the thing that seemed to me to be a bigger one, other than just actual kind of nice improvements to the UI too, is built-in support for GitHub. Tight integration, as they put it.
Who cares about that? I mean, if you're a serious Git user, if you're a serious Git user, you're probably using it on the command line.
I don't know. You get the commit history built right in there into Xcode.
So what? Git log.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's kind of nice.
I'm full curmudgeon today, though. So one thing I am curious about, though, and I was looking into the docs, and I'm trying to understand. The most difficult part about Xcode was always working with large storyboard files, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have some reason to think that that's been improved, but I'm curious to see, what all of this kind of like multitasking, resizing, drag and drop stuff. How complicated is the basically XML, right? That generates, that the storyboards generate, going to be now?
You'd have to try it and tell me.
Because the classic nightmare scenario is you're working with another developer on an iOS project. You both aren't communicating well because, you're not. And then you have a merge conflict in the storyboard file. I mean, obviously using one big storyboard file for your app is an anti-pattern. You shouldn't do it, but people do what they do, right? So that
Yeah.
Like if I would have almost traded the upgraded editor
Yeah.
for some more elegant way to deal with storyboards.
Yeah. Testing got some improvements, like the
Yeah,
simulator
Wi-Fi build.
Yeah, Wi-Fi build is really cool. Microsoft introduced that right with Sumerian Live recently, and
Yeah, they borrowed it from Visual Studio.
yeah. Yeah, and
That's
now
nice.
Xcode gets it, which means you can work. I mean, it's going to make it a lot easier working with like tvOS devices for sure, and multiple iOS devices. The simulator finally resizable, which is funny. They've added like controls too to the simulator for like the physical buttons. You can run multiple You can run multiple devices and build to
Which I
multiple
think, which is
destinations.
actually huge.
Yeah,
That's huge.
Yeah.
Running multiple at once and
Mhm.
being able to be like, okay, did I screw up my layout here?
Yeah.
I got to be honest. There are a ton of little changes in the tooling, by the way, for folks who are kind of trying to follow along. I sort of wonder though, if we're not, and this is can I do a crazy prediction?
Mm.
If we're not going to eventually see a major change in that XML format for the storyboards and for the nib files,
Sure.
because we're getting to a level of complexity that, you know, the case for those of you who aren't iOS developers, the case that I'm talking about, the git merge conflict, is actually a nightmare, right? I mean, it can really be significantly bad. And like, let me not to make Microsoft happy, because they get very excited when I mention Visual Studio Code, and now I'm going to mention XAML. So it's like, really,
Watch out, everybody. Watch
I
out.
know. Like in a format like XAML, this problem basically doesn't exist because it's a lot more human readable, right? Even props to Google, the Android layout files are easier to understand. Although I think of the three options, XAML is significantly better. I sort of don't understand why this is stuck. I mean, I understand like legacy and all that, and I actually like nibs, but I don't like to use the storyboards because of this very issue. But maybe, as Swift supplants Objective-C, and as we go from from kind of the OO style of development to this kind of protocol style, maybe we should think about something more akin to what Microsoft is doing. Microsoft has their MVVM, their data binding, some of that little like ease of use thing. Because once you learn it, and I've been playing with it some because I'm shortly going to be doing some Xamarin work, it actually makes a ton of sense. And you know what? Text will always be faster, at least for me, and I would be willing to bet more developers than just me who are listening to this. I will always be faster and more efficient in a text-based layout file than in a GUI designer. Is that fair? Is that that seems sane?
Mm-hmm.
And I would love feedback on that. Like, do you feel that I'm, one, am I right? Two, or am I wrong? Do you feel that the GUI designer is more efficient for you, right? I mean, I'm thinking about things like constraints. Like, it's with layout constraints, sometimes it is just easier to write the constraints in the constraint language, right, in your Swift file or your OPC file, right? So I would love to see some sort of innovation there. That's probably a multi-year project, because I can only imagine, and then they would have to have backwards compatibility. So it's challenging too.
Yeah, and it feels like they'd probably start hinting that they're working on that like a year before they made any major announcement.
Well, and now that the more I think about it, that might be like a major like carbon cocoa kind of break, right? Like that might. I don't know how that would work. I think that would end up being that would be a more significant break in the tool chain than probably even Swift was, to be honest with you.
DigitalOcean, go over to DigitalOcean.com, sign up, and create an account. Then use our promo code CODERDIGITAL, apply that, and you get a $10 credit. DigitalOcean is a quick and easy way to spin up droplets in seconds. They have an amazing infrastructure, all SSDs, 40 gigabit E connections into their hypervisors, and data centers all over the world, including New York, San Francisco, Singapore, Amsterdam, London, Toronto, and Germany. And they've made sure to place them in very strategically fast, high density connection areas, so that way you can distribute to folks in the entire area. They have a very nice dashboard that makes it very simple for beginners and gives power users a lot of flexibility. The API is intuitive and easy and well documented to use. They have highly available storage. You start with the amount of storage on your droplet, and then you can add block storage. It just shows up as a block device, which is nice because your operating system of choice can address that however you like, using Linux or FreeBSD. You have teams so teams can work together, monitoring and alerting where you can collect metrics, monitor your performance, receive alerts to optimize your applications at no additional cost, and it's built right in. Just amazing. And they have a bunch of pre-built open source applications ready to deploy and go. And one of their new features, cloud freaking firewalls. Now, why is that cool? Why is cloud freaking firewalls cool? Because you have a central location where you'll be able to define rules and then apply them to all of your droplets, and they enforce those rules at the DigitalOcean network layer, so unauthorized traffic never even reaches your droplet, never consumes any resources. It's just, I mean, why wouldn't you do it that way? Why wouldn't you? It's brilliant. And so is that dashboard. Just go sign up, create an account, and use our promo code CODERDIGITAL. It's DigitalOcean.com. A big thank you to DigitalOcean for sponsoring the Coder Radio program, and thanks to you guys for using the promo code CODERDIGITAL when you create your account to get the $10 credit and support the show. So you know what I think might be the biggest news out of WWDC?
Tim Cook's new haircut.
Did he have a new haircut? I didn't even notice. No Eddie Q. Hashtag where's...
No dancing.
Everybody gives Eddie a hard time. You know what? I love seeing him go out there with the unbuttoned shirt. And
you know what? I like Eddie because you could tell he's a nervous guy. I feel, or maybe you can't.
Well, no, that's how he responds to it. Like, that's his way of coping. Right. Yeah, I know. I agree.
Like, can you imagine me giving a keynote?
Oh, God.
It'd be good. Somebody from the Washington Post wrote a snarky thing that I'm struggling to do AI because I don't do enough data collection. I would stop the presentation and just start yelling at them.
Yeah.
Right? Like that would be exactly what would happen.
So I watched the keynote with Hadia. She's never watched one of these before. So she sat down with totally virgin eyes to watch this thing. And every time Craig came out on stage, she cringed. And I like Craig because I know. I've watched the evolution of Craig over the years, and
to be sloppy.
The hair jokes, they didn't make any hair jokes this year, but we watched the hair jokes, him having fun, him kind of being the most improv, and now like everybody loves it when Craig comes up on stage, and her comment was, everybody loves it when Craig comes on stage and he knows it and he milks it, and it creeped her out every time. Yeah,
wow.
I know. That's what happens.
Damn, poor Craig. He's been working at this for.
I know. He's getting good too. So Apple has really entered into AR. Like they touch on it in the keynote and they talk about ARKit. But when you watch the State of the Union, they dedicate the last majority of the State of the Union to AR and VR in a very, very big way.
I am super excited about this.
Holy shit. So I watched some of the State of the Union demos. It's way cooler than what they demonstrated up on stage. Yep. Like, this is a really freaking usable kit, ready to go, and it does serious, legitimate object recognition, depth recognition.
Yep.
It is computating the lighting of the environment in real time all this being done for the developers and handed to them. It's amazing.
This is the only case where they actually sold their demos short.
Yeah, they really did.
That I've ever seen in years of watching them. Yeah. But I'm also terrified.
Oh, really?
How many things that end in Kit have they shown an awesome demo?
Yeah.
Had great dev docs.
Yeah.
A great, spend your weekend and do a quick, try this out thing.
Yeah.
And then simply abandoned 6 months later.
The majority.
Right. Yeah. Let's talk about HomeKit. I mean, there's some stuff, right? But
yeah. You know what, though? Here's the difference, is there is a vice president behind ARKit. There is a VP at Apple who is in charge of augmented and virtual reality at Apple. And he came up on stage and gave the big pitch about how this is... But now, as soon as they roll this out, they'll be the biggest AR platform. Like, he's the guy that came out and gave that big pitch for the State of the Union. But they've actually assigned, they've done hiring. They've, brought in, professors with people with doctorates. Like, they're really staffing out the team behind...
Are you saying they hired nerds? Is that...
Yes. Whereas things like other kits are like, well, we'll just have these people that are building these things already internally. We'll have them kind of come together, work cross-team, and create this thing, and then you get things like HomeKit. Whereas ARKit seems to be like an actual department within Apple that has people that are actually higher up in the company behind it. And, I think it reflects in the quality. Like, I saw the demo and I was like, oh, neat. They did the on the table thing and they did the coffee cup thing. And I'm like, Okay, great. What they don't really tell you is there are so many ways this is going to be useful for the end user that I don't think we can even conceptualize the amount of apps that are going to be created. So they're using AR to do things like object recognition in the real world. So they're not even placing things in the world. They're just using it to say the iPhone's looking at a table. It recognizes that's a piece of paper. It can capture that specific thing and bring it into the Notes application. But that ability to recognize objects extends much further than I realized. So they did demos in the State of the Union where somebody came up on stage and just held up objects, and in real time the iPhone was just start recognizing the objects of what they were and create corresponding emojis and give them like thought bubbles with the emoji for the type of object they were holding. Like, that's going to be pretty useful.
So hot dog, not hot dog.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see. It could be, maybe they're just showing it in the best light possible. I'm sure that's the case.
Well, I am legitimately excited about this because now I can do things that I probably wasn't capable of doing before for both, I don't know anything about it and resource reasons. Whether this is like a vertical that makes sense for a lot of developers, I don't know. This feels like one of those tricky technologies. And I actually think Microsoft tends to be guilty of this, where the demo is really cool to do something trivial, looks at bot framework and winks. But once you get anywhere beyond that demo, it's a really complex place.
Something that's starting to jump out at me is this, I feel like in particular, is laying the groundwork for the next iPhone. And I think I would be at this point willing to bet that all of the iPhones will have dual camera assemblies across the line because so much of this stuff requires depth sensing. The AR stuff really works a lot better on the Plus because it has two cameras and it can do depth sensing. And so they've got...
Tim likes his margins.
That's true. But if they really want to push this, I think they're going to have to go dual camera across the line.
So, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying. I bet you this will be a huge. I bet you the next shoe for AR drops with the next iPhone.
Well, so this is where I think your argument about Apple introducing the technology will actually make opportunities for developers because they're Apple.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a rising tide lifts all boats thing. So
here's what happens if you create just to finish my thought. If you create the next decent even AR app and you launch it around the time the next iPhone comes out, they're going to feature your ass. They're going to put you up on the App Store because you're supporting the hardware. Hello. Hi there. Thank you.
Jim is breaking into my car.
That person just liked my point. Well, I really think, while that horn's going up, I really think that's the market opportunity. It's not because Apple has magic pixie dust and they fart unicorns. I'm not trying to just blow a bunch of smoke about Apple. The reality is they have an app store that when people buy new hardware, they go to make their shiny new slab of glass useful. And if you sell something that makes that new shiny slab that has its new feature that only that new shiny slab has more useful, it is in Apple's best interest to feature those apps because it makes the phone more valuable. It's the cycle of why developers make money on the App Store.
And I'm going to really simplify it even further. CEOs or executives who have money and can authorize projects tend to carry iPhones. In a lot of cases, technology doesn't exist unless they are aware of it, right? So, I wouldn't be shocked if we have even line of business things where I don't know, I can imagine some weird inventory management stuff where you start taking advantage of this. And, it may have been possible to slap an Oculus Rift or a HoloLens on somebody and have them do it. But no one's buying a HoloLens. Two, now they know about it, right? Now it's the Washington Post is writing about it.
Well, maybe you already have iPhones or iPads that staff's carrying around. So now this is something built
golden
in.
MacBooks, perhaps.
Yeah, of course. So this kind of these two topics I think go together. Apple also completely redesigned the App Store, which I have a bad feeling about because it's way less.
Yeah. So this is so bad.
Yeah, because it's the people that are on the top will be on the list, and everybody else is just completely falling off the map now.
So this makes their terrible search 100 times worse.
Right. It's this huge full-screen carded interface. So you open up the App Store, and one app fills the entire screen. And then you can see just the top of the next image to tell you to scroll. And there's other screens, but it's essentially no more than one or two apps on the screen at a time. And they're the most well-produced, featured with videos and lots of screenshots and good ratings and probably friends with the App Store people. I mean, how is somebody like you ever going to get their app featured in this thing? How are you going to do it? How would, like, if I wanted to
tell
make a
you-
Jupiter Broadcasting app, how the hell would I have any shot of anybody ever finding it?
You're not. So, I mean, this is already the reality we live in now, though, right? The odds of like serendipitous people going through the app store and, just like finding your app and looking at the pictures and downloading it are literally less than zero. So it's going to be a direct marketing campaign, just like for like a web app, right? Where you want to funnel them into the app store and then get them to download. Yep. Oh, also they removed the top grossing section, which I think is just like, we know there's this problem where very few people make all the money. So we're not going to show you that anymore.
Yeah, don't worry about that anymore. What do you think about the idea that they're also showing just right there in the App Store, when you look at the app in the listing, if it has in-app purchases, they're just listing them right there on the listing. Just boom, right there. It could be a free app, but here's all the
Is that a
things.
real problem? Like, people keep talking about the in-app purchase thing. That is like not a problem for me.
To me, it's Apple's full endorsement of it. This is Apple saying we're all in on give your apps away for free and then make it up on the in-app purchases. This is what I think Apple is telling the market now.
Okay, but why do they have to be like in the search? That's what I don't understand.
Well, it's like in the listing of. So once you
Well, it's
go
on
in,
the listing for
you
the-
tap
for
into
the
the
app,
app, and so it'll say free, and it says get, and then below that, it's all of the available in-app purchases are listed. You could buy them right then and there. But it's also in another way. It's like telling the consumer, hey, by the way, this is a free app, but it's got these things for sale inside.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like one of those weird things the EU might make you do, right? Because somehow people think it's deceptive. I don't really think it matters one way or the other.
I see. That's where I disagree, and we don't need to talk about it a whole bunch. But where I think it does matter is I think it is it is Apple essentially saying this is how you make money on the App Store now. But not only do you use in-app purchases, but we're going to go ahead and make it more convenient for people to buy them right away. I'll tell you what. Like if I was getting an app, like say where is here? I'm going to give a recommendation for the best to-do application I've ever used on any computing platform ever. It's just called Things. And I'll tell you what, right now, if Things was free, which it is not, and I was in the App Store and I was going to buy the next version of Things, which I absolutely will buy, and they had an in-app purchase list, I would tap it before the download is even finished on my phone. I would tap it right there and buy the in-app purchase because I know this developer, I know it's a great app, and I know I'm going to do that. Same with Overcast. Like if if I was getting Overcast for the first time from Marco Arment, I would absolutely just tap that in-app purchase right there in the listing.
Okay, I mean maybe I'm wrong, right? I just like I would just buy it in the app. And,
Yeah.
Like I also used Overcast, right?
But whenever you remove friction, so it's like now you don't have to worry about them forgetting. If they're going to do it anyways, it's right there. It's just one more click. You put your thumb down on the Touch ID and it's done. I don't know. But I also think in some way it's a tepid sort of
it
backhand.
scares me a little though, right? Because like I'm looking into some of these more pro enabling features on iPad Pro, right, with iOS 11. And the idea would be I would give you the app for free, of course, because I don't think anyone's saying you're going to sell an app for $20, right, or even $1, right? Like I agree with you on that. But like let's say it is a real pro application that I've been developing for 3 years and have to restart. And maybe I want the upgrade to be, I don't know, like $20, right?
Mm-hmm.
I really don't want something on the App Store page that says $20.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to deter people from even downloading the free.
You want them to get hooked.
Well, not even hooked. Like I want them to be in the app so then I can market to them and say, hey, it's Kwanzaa or Christmas or Hanukkah. 50% off today.
You can still
once
do that. You can still do that. But
how can I do that? I can't like send them a notification. I can't ask them to sign up for an account with their email address until they've downloaded the app.
Right. Yeah. I'm saying
that's my point. Right?
Yes.
I don't want that 20 number to scare them away.
Yeah. I also think that's another interesting impact of it. So I do think.
If the App Store ecosystem has taught us anything, it's that a lot of people want something for nothing.
I think this App Store change is the hugest story for developers. Not in like the terms of like all the things announced, but in terms of like the the hugest thing announced that they're going to have like no idea what the ramifications are until after it's just been in the market for a few months. Like,
I think we know people are going to make less money, but that's the trend anyway.
I mean, I think that's what we suspect. But maybe, who knows? But like, it's this huge thing that's been announced. It's going to impact sales of tons of developers, and there's just really no way to know. It's like, I think in terms of like the biggest curveball that was announced, it's the App Store.
Listen, we are faced with two doors. I'm sorry.
The bell is out of commission. Come on, my bell is stuck. It's broken.
Your bell is broken.
Yeah, it crashed. I think I got a crashed bell.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
also
Apple
became a bank. Sorry, just coming from the chat room. Apple also became a bank.
Yeah, so Apple's Venmo.
Yeah.
Or Stripe Pay or whatever.
So anyways, this seems like a problem we won't really know the impact of until it's, like I say, until it's been in the market for a while.
Until someone on Hacker News says Apple bankrupted my startup.
Yeah, and then we'll start talking about it again.
Then we'll be in good shape. So does this inspire you, Chris? I know you're a noted Apple fanboy. I want to know I'm broadcasting today from my System 76 Raytel.
Noted, huh? Noted. And by the way, we are talking on a Unity 7 Ubuntu machine right now.
Unity 7?
You know what? Sometimes I like it. I just can't help myself.
I'm on GNOME 3 and I'm bitter about it.
Oh, really? How come? What's wrong with GNOME 3?
You know what? There's something I liked about Unity. It was very orange.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I may be switching. I mean, let's be honest. This new iMac Pro is really a beast of a machine.
Sorry. Oh, wow.
I mean, like, holy crap. So, the Xeon, I knew this was going to happen. I knew they were going to do this, though, but it did happen. 18-core Xeon, 128 gigabytes of ECC RAM, 4 terabytes of their crazy-ass fast storage, 2 different Thunderbolt PCI buses, which is huge. And all of this is not touching on the most important thing, which is that screen. They still have a best-in-industry screen on that iMac. If you buy a screen even close to nice as that, it's $1,200. And they're going to start the thing at $5,000. Now, I know that sounds expensive.
Actually not. I broke it down.
Yeah, I did too. And it's actually not that, especially when you're considering the Xeon parts and ECC RAM.
The screen is effectively free-ish.
Yeah, and that is a huge deal because it's a great screen, and it's something that...
I'm just thinking about all the Docker containers I could be running simultaneously on that thing.
I'm thinking about how this thing would smash Final Cut. I don't think I'm in a position to buy one when they come out in December, but it's one of those machines that I think would change my life a little bit in terms of how much content I could produce, just because I still wait around for 4K video to crunch and crunch and crunch, and then I wait around for it to export, and then I wait around for it to encode, and my machine is totally unusable while all these things happen. So it's like a double whammy productivity hit. This would just eviscerate the workloads that I have. It would just be amazing to see this thing in action.
It comes in black.
Yeah, space gray. Yeah, it makes you almost wonder what the hell is going to be in the Mac Pro if this is the iMac. What's the Mac Pro is maybe dual graphics.
So can Mike say something cray?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole intro to the show was pretty bad, but if this was released a year ago, I'd have no Raytel.
Yeah, I think this is a year late machine too.
Yeah, I feel like it's late, and don't get me wrong, I still think it's awesome. And if I somehow have $5,000 I want to spend, I'll probably get one. But I don't understand what held this up.
Yeah, it's really a shame. It's like I go back to like maybe in the future where you could see a really powerful tablet as your daily driver desktop, like email, web, social networking machine, and then this is like the sit down and crunch some numbers machine.
But this is the so my current workflow is I'm either working on the MacBook Pro or I'm doing something like Devi on that or the Raytel basically. But a lot of the times if I'm doing like email or boring salesy stuff or spreadsheet accounting stuff, I'm on my current iPad Pro, right? Not the big one, the 9-inch one. I could see a world where this and an iPad Pro, like if you're an Apple guy, set you for life until the next one comes out a year later and you spend another.
No, I actually think this could be a 7-8 year machine because the screen is not going to be outclassed for years. They'll be matched, but not outclassed. And then when you combine the fact that this thing has 2 Thunderbolt 3 controllers in it, which means you can run you can run an external graphics box, and you can also have an external storage array dedicated to this thing, and still have enough bandwidth for up to 3 4K monitors. It really is one of these machines where it seems like it's so damn fast. 2 terabytes a second transfer rate on the built-in storage. You have Thunderbolt 3 that allows for on-the-bus expansion. You've got insane amount of RAM and CPU that you can put in this thing. And it turns out they're socketed. Now, Apple says none of the parts are user serviceable, but if you were to break it down, at least with the new 4K iMacs, and it appears to be the same with this when you look at the documentation, the CPU and the RAM are socketed. So you could actually, if you open it up, replace both. And that is true on the new iMacs that were just updated and released for sale already. Same thing. And it just turns out, by the way, did not realize this, but in doing research for the show, turns out Kaby Lake doesn't offer a soldered-on configuration. Now, people speculate that Apple probably could have directly requested that from Intel, but that's one of the reasons is there isn't a soldered-on configuration for Kaby Lake right now. And so these new iMacs that are built around that platform and this new Pro with the Xeon platform have user-changeable parts if you're willing to open up this damn thing.
And by the way, speaking of AR, right, and machine learning, if Apple really wants to sell developer workstations in this space, this is the kind of thing they have to sell.
Yeah.
Not slapping a graphics card in a box to a MacBook
right.
Pro.
I agree. This is the machine that they should be selling, and I think they're going to sell a lot of this. This from the creative industry is pretty much everything you need. I mean, it's just incredible with that speed of storage and
rolling.
I just it would change the game. It would be a life changer.
So is this in your Q1 2018?
I really just don't think I can justify it unless I shift my personal workload more to editing more than it already is, which is things do seem to be trending in that direction. But I would. This is one of those purchases where I'd really have to be able to plug in the numbers and see a direct return on the other side. And so for that, it would probably be benchmarking and things like that. I have access to potential test hardware early next year that I could get.
Okay.
So I might give it a shot.
I feel like this is probably a no for me, just because the level of overkill is basically ridiculous, right?
I don't know if I agree. I think it's
no.
Well, I mean, our workloads are different, so probably for you, yes. But for me, it is probably just like for me, really. It really need to be one of the higher core ones, one of the higher core spec machines. Like it would really have to be a pretty great system. It really takes an unbelievable amount of horsepower to work with this stuff. But yeah, it is enough. It is enough. Could be more. I think like I'm willing to see dual graphics. Those kinds of things would be really nice because a lot of these GPU jobs are. We'll see. I guess with external graphics, I don't know. But I was impressed with their answer for this market. I find an all-in-one in Pro to be a bit of a non sequitur, but at the same time, if you build the Pro machine, the all-in-one Pro machine good enough, and you look at the cost of a great screen, it starts to make a little more sense.
I mean, this is where Thunderbolt can really have its day, right? Outside upgradability. It matters.
Yeah.
I mean, that is it sounds dumb when we keep going on about the screen, but you really do stare at the screen all day. So having a good screen is pretty...
Right. And in some workloads, when you're working on high DPI devices, you really are not getting a one-to-one comparison in the simulator if you're not running it on a high DPI screen as well. So there's a lot of iOS developers that are having to do iOS development for Retina screens, and they're looking at it on tiny little laptop screens.
Yes. Oh, that is such a pain in the ass.
Yeah. And so the reason why 5K is great is because you get 4K really for the picture, and then you get the extra space for all the Chrome of your applications.
Right.
And that's why 5K is such a great sweet spot for the resolution. And then, of course, from my personal standpoint, the video editing workload, if you're working on 4K footage and you're not looking at it on a 4K screen, then what the hell are you doing? You're wasting your time. And so again, 5K is the perfect resolution to edit 4K resolution video because you have room for the Chrome there too. So it is. I know how it's if you don't have a workload that requires it, it's kind of easy to write it off. But when you do have a workload that needs that kind of screen resolution, it's one of the best options out there.
Well, I mean, one of the advantages if this machine is overkill for you would be, I mean, I don't know if this argument really holds water, and we should probably wrap up. Like even the 5K, the base configuration is going to last you for a long time, right?
I am looking forward to trying out Dell's all-in-one. Have you seen this?
I have. Go on.
Well, they also have a Xeon all-in-one workstation, and it's also a high-resolution screen. And it also has ECC memory, and it also has super fast storage and nice graphics, and it also has incredibly good speakers. Because I've personally heard them, so I can say in my personal opinion, they have very good speakers. It's essentially a 6-speaker soundbar with a subwoofer built into the front of this Dell all-in-one, and so they are shipping me. I believe I don't think it's the XPS line. I think they're shipping me their professional line to do a review of, which the timing's pretty good since this iMac Pro is just announced, because that's, I believe, a lower cost system and runs Linux out of the box.
What about Surface Studio?
Yeah, I feel like it's too much of a laptop. You know, the Surface Studio is a very nice designed machine. I'll give Microsoft credit for that, but that little tiny box is really just a little laptop. You know, I want a workstation because I genuinely notice the difference between laptop components and desktop and workstation components.
I once melted a MacBook Air, so
yeah, I did too. Not a MacBook Pro actually.
That's even worse.
Yeah. They did replace it, but okay. So now it's all out. We got it all out there. That's essentially our WWDC edition of the show. I think
next week it's back to deep nerdy coding stuff.
Yeah. Well, there you go. All right, Mr. Dominic, where would you like to send people throughout the week?
If you have comments on the political commentary, tweet at Nunez, and that is Chase Nunez, and not the guy from Congress. Anything else? Buccaneer.io. You want to? Oh, by the way, I'm running a 15% off promotion this week, which is Thursday, in honor of the iMac 5K.
Right,
whatever we're calling it.
Of course. Follow me at Chris LES, the network at Jupiter Signal, our subreddit, coderradio.reddit.com, and feedback can go to jupiterbroadcasting.com/contact. We're doing the show on Thursdays now. Get it converted to your local time at jupiterbroadcasting.com/calendar.
Yep.
All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning this week's episode of Coder Radio, and we'll see you right back here next week.
Requesting connection. Established. Encrypted. We're live. The show you've been asking for. Advice, technology, and community. Linux first, all others second. This is Ask Noah.
Live from Altispeed Technologies, the show that puts you, the listener, in the driver's seat because you are the content. The phone lines are open to be a part of the program. It's a free call, 1-855-450-NOAH. That's 1-855-450-6624. Give me a call and we'll have a conversation about your tech questions or business and tech questions. Linux advocate, above all else, small business owner, and now host of the only show centered around you, the listener. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show. My name is Noah Chelaya. So, on our online forums, that's reddit.com/r/AskNoahShow. I think AskNoahShow.reddit.com works too. I have gone through the Reddit. I've gone through the YouTube comments. Emails, they all seem to be hovering around one thing lately. Now, I've been pretty straightforward with you guys since day one. You, the listener, are in control of the content. It's such a core belief to me. It's such a founding belief of this show that it's been forever baked into the intro because once you do an intro, then you can never change it. That's one of the unwritten rules of broadcasting. But what you guys talk about with me on Telegram chat, on the online forums, even in the comments in YouTube, that's what I use to write the next show. Noah, what does any of this have to do with today's show? Everything. It has everything to do with today's show because my gut tells me that we have been too heavy in the server arena lately and that we need to get back to more basic concepts, more desktop stuff, more Linux desktop. And if I were planning the show by myself, if I were going just by what I wanted to talk about here, that's what we'd be talking about today. Because I enjoy the Linux desktop. I enjoy talking about the Linux desktop. I enjoy talking to home users. I even enjoy helping home users. I don't necessarily like working inside of homes. I certainly don't like running Cat5 cable. And as a little aside, I'll tell you why. In a business environment, when you're making a network drop and you've got a ceiling that's maybe, 10 feet or something, you just tell the business owner, I'm going to cut a little hole up here. I'm going to fish the wire down. Then I'm going to cut a hole at the bottom and I'll pull it through and I'll put caps on the holes. Most businesses, sure, no problem. Just cap it up when you're done. Home users, you're going to cut a hole in my wall? And I lived that last week, let me tell you. But if I were planning a show by myself, that's what we'd be talking about. We'd be talking about the Linux desktop. And I enjoy learning about the Linux desktop. I enjoy when I do a show and it teaches me something. When I did the C-file segment, I learned a lot about file syncing. I learned how data is encrypted and then sent, and I learned about the file process, and subsequently, I improved not only my personal life, but I was able to improve the lives of everyone that works for me at Altispeed. So I particularly enjoy when I'm able to talk about something that I then can implement. And I know that we all like to dream about these businesses, and in these imaginary businesses, they all have Gwake running in the drop-down terminal. They have the best GNOME extensions. They have the best GNOME themes. Their users, they sit around at night, around a campfire, drinking beer, and they talk about how great their computer at work is because they have the dash-to-dock extension or the ping indicator and how much better it is than everywhere else. But the truth is, we all know this if we're honest with ourselves. In the business world, the vast majority of people that are using Linux on desktops, it's just the base OS. And maybe a few pieces of requisite software that they need to get their job done. Because the reality is, aside from purpose-built software, the majority of the work being done on the computer system, regardless of operating system, is office work. It's document editing, it's spreadsheets, and it's email. The majority of the really cool tweaking actually occurs on the server, happens on the back end. Now, the last 2 weeks have been pretty server intensive, and so my inclination was to go back to my beloved Linux desktop this week. But you, the listener, have spoke up. You guys have asked this question over and over and over again, and so today we are going to dive into this. And that question is, how do we at Altispeed Technologies implement Linux computers to function as Windows computers, or would function as Windows computers on an Active Directory system? How do we manage that? Well, obviously, a cutting-edge company like Altispeed Technologies is not going to have templated solutions. We don't just have one solution that we open up and bake in for everyone. We look at every client's individual needs. We sit down with them. We meet with them. We evaluate where we are going to have perceived pain points. And then, and only then, do we pair them with an open source solution that provides them with cost savings without sacrificing quality. So let's dig into this a little bit. Let's start with worst case scenario. You have an all Windows shop, and they're using all Windows computers. The servers are Windows. The desktops are Windows. Everything is Windows. What would we do? Well, the first step is obviously to have a meeting in which we let the client know that they're crazy. No, I'm just kidding. We sit down, we have a meeting with the client, and under no uncertain terms, we tell them that as their chosen IT provider, in order to efficiently provide them with the best IT service, we're going to have to make some infrastructure changes. You want to talk about this kind of stuff ahead of time. Do not take the rest of this episode and go throwing these solutions into production without talking to whoever it is you're working for, or you're likely to wind up out of a job. Most places are fairly tolerant of infrastructure changes, particularly if you can make a case that it's going to affect their bottom line. It's going to save them money. And in this case, I can almost assure you that it will. Once we have once we've talked to the client and we have advised them that this is what we're going to do, then the next thing that we are going to do is look at what we are going to fix first. Well, the first thing that we look at is workstations crash. They get reimaged, and it's rarely a huge deal. Most people, most businesses, are pretty tolerant of the fact that their workstations go down from time to time. So if we're going to swap something out, we'll do the workstation is not necessarily where we want to start. We don't want to swap the workstation out. We'll start with the most critical piece of infrastructure, because that's always a great idea, which is the domain controller. And I joke, but the reason that we always start with, if I had my choice between starting with the workstations or the domain controller, is if we can get the domain controller to a stable environment, if we can get the domain controller to something where we're controlling that, and we know that that is the most solid piece of the network, if the workstations, 1 or 2 workstations go down, it's not the end of the world. We'll reimage them and bring them back up. So what is the go-to solution for domain controller on Linux? Well, my go-to solution in these cases is RASDC. That's RAZDC. Now, RASDC is an Active Directory domain controller built on CentOS and Samba 4. Now, incidentally, the founder of the project is a guy named Brian. And Brian happens to live in good old Grand Forks, North Dakota. So I reached out to Brian, and about a year and a half ago, I at the time, I was going through all of these hacks, trying to get a domain controller running on Linux. And I came across RASDC, and I reached out to Brian. A few days later, I found myself sitting in Starbucks. I will tell you that neither of us had a MacBook in front of us. We were drinking coffee and talked about Linux to the point that both of us literally had to get back to life. He had to do things with his kids. I had to go pick my kids up from school. Because you see, Brian is one of those guys that is in the shadows because of work and family. But the truth is, he's one of the people that takes the Linux desktop to the next level, because he is taking Linux to a point where I can go on the air and tell you that it's the best operating system out there, full stop. Even when it comes to replacing Windows at things that Windows was invented to do, like be a domain controller. RASDC takes what used to be a total pain and makes it silky smooth. Now, full disclaimer, the project is relatively new. Now, the Samba implementation is totally baked and ready to go for production. So, and I've been using the Samba project, the features of Samba that allow you to use it as an Active Directory controller for a long time. But I get the RASDC basically layers very nice graphical interface and stuff on top of that. I actually have been using RASDC in production for a little over a year now without any issues. So if you have to support a Windows environment and you want to do it on Linux, RASDC is a great place to go. Now, if you are doing like a massive, massive deployment and you're going to have to sit down in meetings and justify everything over and over again and provide a bunch of resources, you might consider looking at just plain old Samba 4, not necessarily with RASDC on top of it, because like I said, I don't know that the project is really billed and advertised as a completed project. I mean, it is completed, but it's in alpha stage. Now, are all of the policy controls, profile redirection, is all of that good stuff going to be included? No. At the end of the day, it's not a Windows server. It's RASDC running on top of Linux. But then again, you won't be restarting your server every month because it's not a Windows server. It's RASDC running on top of Linux. It's definitely a solution that I've used and are definitely worth looking at. And a huge thank you to Brian for taking his talents and his time, which he could have probably sold for a lot of money, and giving them away to the open source community in the way of the RASDC project. Brian also has a lot of other projects that he has going on. He shared a couple of them with me, and I'm not sure if they're eligible to put on the air, but suffice to say that he is a very great guy, and I look forward to getting to know him better in the future. And if you want to learn more about this project or support the project, we'll have a link in the show notes. Again, open phones this hour, 1-855-450-NOAH. That's 1-855-450-6624. We're talking about Linux and what it can do for you on your server and how you can replace your Windows box and Active Directory. Let's go to the phones here. Who do we have here? We have, who do we have? We have John, California. Hi, John. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hi, Noah.
Hi. How can we help?
Okay. So this is a bit of an advanced question. Do you know of a Linux replacement for ChromaCam? It's a background removal software.
Could you elaborate just? I think I understand what you're saying. Are you talking about like chroma key, basically?
Oh yeah, that's it. Sorry, I think I got the name wrong. But yeah, chroma key.
Okay.
Well, no. It's ChromaCam. So essentially, it does automatic background filtering. So you don't need a green screen in the background, but it's able to capture your face.
So it has some sort of algorithm that figures out what your face is and then cuts everything else away.
Yeah, the software is a .NET application called ChromaCam, and I was wondering if you knew of any alternatives on Linux.
Well, here I've never heard of such software, to be honest with you, and that's very impressive because the ability for software to not only detect a face, that's one thing, to say this is the object I'm going to focus on, that's easy enough for a computer to do. But to be able to track that face, to track that movement, and then the parts that are associated, so like my shoulders or whatever with it, and then cut out everything else, that's a very difficult thing for a computer to do. So I'm really impressed that there's software out there that can do it. And no, I don't know of anything that's on Linux that is capable of doing something to that level. That said, green screens are not terribly expensive. I mean, you can buy a simple green screen setup for $30 on Amazon. And then there's more advanced ways to do it where you can actually take like a reflective background and shine a green light on that reflective background. And that will eliminate the need for proper lighting. Because I'll tell you, the real pain in any green screen setup, 100% of the time, is even lighting. Because basically, you need the shade of green to be exact, right? So if you get shadows, the shadow is going to have a slightly darker shade of green than the rest of the screen, and that throws off your whole keying aspect. So the more consistent green you can get, and then the further away from green everything ahead of it can be, the better. So if we can get that green to fall out of focus, some people do that. Other people, if it's a large production place, what they'll do is they actually have paint that goes on the walls that's a specific shade of green, and then they light the green separately, and then just put a key light, a fill light on the talent, and those are usually they're barn door closed down, real far. And they try to spill as little light onto the green screen as possible. Is that a workable option for you, or?
Well, I'm kind of space limited. Also, the ChromaCam itself is very convenient. And like subtle things such as some lighting can really throw out the green screen. Whereas this case, I can just sit down and turn on all the lights. So it's a really a convenience matter.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Rakai in the chat room suggests, have you ever tried running the application in Wine? I assume it's a Windows application.
No, I didn't think it would work. I believe it uses a virtual driver. You select ChromaCam webcam on there, where the webcam also shows up. So I didn't think it would work.
Holy cow! You're telling me this software works off of a webcam?
It works with a webcam.
So the image that it's captured, the image that it's doing all this calculation off of, the source image is from like a store-bought webcam.
It's from the Logitech
C920, C930,
C922X.
Okay, sure. Wow, I got to tell you, I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you other than to just to use a green screen. If you're space limited, if you own the place, obviously you could use the paint. Otherwise, you might look into some of those lighted solutions where you have just a reflective thing, because you can obviously make that very small and then just shine the green light onto it and reflect down. But I got to tell you, that is an impressive piece of software because the lower the resolution or the less quality the images, the harder it is for the computer to make that calculation. Be interested to see if anyone has any images after that's been processed, after it actually takes the face out. I'd be really interested to see that, because it's interesting that it would be able to do that very well, trying to track the face. I think that's pretty incredible. Gary is calling from Illinois, and Gary, I got to be honest with you, I have a feeling this is going to be 2 for 2. I'm not going to know the answer to this question, but I'm going to take it anyway because I want to hear this. Hi, Gary. How are you?
Awesome. I'm glad to be talking to you.
Yeah, me too. This is an interesting problem you have here. Give me this error now. You're trying to install Linux.
Yeah, I am. I bought a brand new E460 Kaby Lake Lenovo ThinkPad, and of course I want to get rid of Windows off of it. And I've been trying to install a couple of different distros on it. I keep on getting the error of no COM32 file found. Now, I've been researching, I think I found out half the answer, but I can't figure out the solution yet. And from what I've been reading, it's because it's a Kaby Lake processor. And normally what I've been using to burn a Linux thumb drive has been stuff like UNetBootin or something else along that line. And from what I have read, that UNetBootin or these other type of things put a part of their own boot files on there. And so now I was wondering, I'm kind of new to Linux. Now, I mean, a little bit. I mean, I don't really have a big use for it, even though it's my daily driver. But I don't really do a lot. It's command line.
Sure.
But how do I make a bootable thumb drive from my old Linux computer, which actually right now has Ubuntu Mate on there? And I've heard you and Chris talk about the DD command, and I was wondering, is that something I can use?
Yep, sure is.
To make a bootable thumb drive that...
Yep, I'll tell you, I'll go over both. So the first is, if you just called me up and you said, how do I put a distro on a drive? If that was your question. My answer to you would be a program called Etcher.io. And Etcher.io, to the best of my knowledge, runs on Windows, runs on Mac, runs on Linux. And the great thing is, it's app image. So for those of you that don't know what that means, it basically means you don't have to worry about having a Debian.deb for your Debian distro or your Ubuntu distro and a .rpm for your Fedora and your CentOS distro. It just, you literally download the file, you double click on the file, and the file runs. It's that simple. It's really incredible. And it was the first time I'd ever used a universal packaging system where I was like, this has really been missing from Linux for a long time, and I know that there are a bazillion people that have a million reasons why they don't want universal packaging, but I'm just telling you, this is really cool. But so, putting that aside, Etcher.io, that's a great way to do it. That's the simplest way to do it. Now, if you want to be a command line ninja, and you're curious of what the command line structure is, the DD command is basically a block writing utility. So basically just, it takes data and stupidly writes it to whatever you tell it to write. It's not paying attention to what it's doing. You following me? So that's both good and bad, because it's good because it means that we can just take an image like an ISO and write it to a USB flash drive. It's bad because it also means that I could potentially be writing that image to my boot drive and I would not know. So you want to be real careful. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to issue a command df. And you could do df-tac-h if you wanted to get it in human readable format. But basically what you're doing is you're looking for all of the drives in the system, and you're looking at I usually look at their capacity. So you go down through and you say, okay, dev/SDA, and that's 128 gigs. That's probably my drive. That's probably my SSD, right? And then you look a little further, and you look a little further down, you say, /dev/SDB is a 4 terabyte drive. Okay, well, that's where I store all my data. Then you look a little further. /dev/SDC. Well, that's an 8 gigabyte drive. Okay, that's probably the flash drive. So the DD command, we'll have the exact syntax for you in the show notes, but it's DD space, and then you're going to specify the input file, what you're going to write to, what you want to write. So IF for input file, the equal sign, and then the path to the ISO image that you downloaded. So for me, that would be /home/kernel Linux /download/ Ubuntu-16-04.iso or whatever, right? And then you put a space, and then OF, that for output file. So this is where we're going to write the image to, the equal sign, and then /dev/ whatever the letter identifier is that we put it up above. Now, the first common mistake I see with people that are using DD for the first time is they specify a partition number. So if I have, let's take dev/SDC, for example. I might have 3 partitions on that flash drive, and they're going to show up as /dev/SDC1, /dev/SDC2, /dev/SDC3. And those are my 3 partitions for my SDC drive, right? And the number one mistake I see when people don't, when they call me up, they say DD command isn't working, or we have a new tech in the shop. He says, I tried to DD this, didn't work. they're usually specifying the partition number. And you don't want to do that because an ISO image has multiple partitions often that it's writing. It's writing a boot partition and it's writing the actual thing where the install is. And sometimes you have like a data partition depending on what distro it is. So you don't want to specify a partition number. So the output is going to be OF equals and then just /dev/ in the example I'm using SDC, but don't do that blindly, verify. And then the other thing that I'll always do is you can append 2 commands in Linux together. So for example, if I wanted to print a list of files and then I wanted to copy file 1 to file 2, I could write the command ls and then a space and then 2 ampersands. So that's a little and sign, shift 7. And if the shift 7, 2 of those together, ampersands, will execute one command, and then whatever on the other side of the double ampersands will execute the next command. So if I did ls space ampersand space and then cp file 1 file 2, first it would list all the files, then it would, after that command completes, then it will copy file 1 to file 2. No, why are you explaining this to me? Because at the end of my dd commands, I will often put 2 ampersands and then the command sync. And what that does is it flushes all the data out and makes sure that all of it's actually on the drive. Because oftentimes, now you see this especially with Flash Media, you'll issue the command, you'll press enter, and boom, you get your cursor back. You say, how did that thing write 4.6 gigabytes in a half a second? Well, it didn't. It's still working on it. But the command will complete and give you your cursor back, indicating that you could probably rip the thumb drive out, but if you do, your thumb drive doesn't work. So I'll always put 2 ampersands and then the sync command after that. Then once that command completes, once you get your cursor back, now you know that drive is actually written, you can pull it out. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, I'm glad.
Are you going to put some of that in the show notes?
Yeah. I'll have the whole dd command listed for you in the show notes, because that is a complicated thing to try and remember, even say on air. You think that was hard trying to remember it. But one other thing too, thank you, chat room. One other thing, block size. BS equals 4 meg. A lot of people will throw that in there. It's not absolutely necessary, but we'll have that again in the show notes. Let's see here. Who do we have here? Jay, Pennsylvania. Hi, welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hi.
Hi there. How can we help? Hey, thanks for calling.
So, I have an Optiflex 790, and it's in UEFI legacy mode.
Okay.
And I'm trying to boot, and I'm trying to boot with the drive connected directly to the motherboard via SATA, as well as via a RAID card that's via PCIe. And when I connect both at the same time, drives on the RAID card as well as drives connected to the SATA on the motherboard, it's a standard Dell system, so I wouldn't expect it to do anything special. However, it doesn't boot. It doesn't get past the BIOS. It's still in the BIOS, and there's a black screen after it tries to boot.
Okay.
However, if I connect either or, it boots.
Okay, so walk me through this, because I'm having a little bit of a hard time getting a full picture of what we're doing here. So we've got a SATA drive plugged into the motherboard. Then you have a PCI RAID controller connected to, I assume, another series of drives. Is that correct?
Yeah, 3 or 4 drives, yeah.
Okay, and when you go to boot the machine, it won't post if you have all of this stuff connected at one time.
Well, it loads the BIOS. It gets to that Dell loading screen.
Oh, okay.
F12, whatever. I can press F12. I can do whatever I want. However, after that, just a black screen.
In the BIOS, can you see the drives? Can you see the SATA drive? It might not see the RAID ones, but.
Well, I mean, I can't even get to any setup. So.
Oh, really?
I can't see. Yeah, I can't even get to any setup. It's really weird. I've played with servers, PowerEdge servers before, and I couldn't fit in that, so I set up a little desktop server.
Yeah. You said it was a 790?
Yeah, 790.
Is it the mini tower or the small form factor?
It's a small form factor.
It is. Here's what I would do. I guess here's what I would do. I would start by doing a BIOS update. There's no reason what you're doing should work. In fact, I have a client that just a month ago we did something very similar. We took one of their old desktops, and it's not their main server, but it's a FreeNAS backup server, and they actually had a spare RAID card laying around, and so we threw it in there to get the drives done. I mean, these days, honestly, if I'm building a machine from scratch, usually, especially if it's a file server, I'm just putting ZFS on it. But I did exactly what you're doing, and I don't think it was a 790. I think they were 380s. But it's the same concept. It should work. But I know one of the things when I have weird issues like that where they don't post. Have you tried updating the BIOS?
I have not. I don't think so. I don't think so. I've tried that. So before I was booting from a flash drive, and then I started getting flash drive errors because I was running it for like about 2 years. And I didn't want to run on a flash drive anymore because it kept, because services on the system kept failing. The system didn't power off, but the services kept failing on the system. So I migrated to internal hard drives to solve all the problems, but then couldn't use up all the ports on my SATA. On my RAID card.
Sure.
So, and then I wanted that native performance of the PCIe without clogging up the motherboard SATA. So
yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, I would say your next step is to update the BIOS. You'd be amazed. It's funny too. It's interesting that that this becomes so ubiquitous because when I was just a couple weeks ago when I was out for Linux Fest Northwest, we're sitting in the studio and we're just talking about how underrated BIOS updates really are. Like, nobody really ever talks about updating the BIOS on their computer or what the mechanism is for getting BIOS updates, depending on what manufacturer you have. And at the same time, there's all these really cool projects that, like, Dell is working with these companies that are, Red Hat, that are developing these systems where they can actually push BIOS updates right through the package manager. So all these really cool innovations are happening around BIOS, and it turns out like updating your BIOS can really fix a lot of problems, and yet we don't ever really talk about it. And then it's interesting that question would come up. But I would bet you, I'll give you an 80% chance updating your BIOS, and the problem just goes away. And if it doesn't, call me back and let me know, because I'd really like to work through that and see if we can figure out what's going on. Jay is calling Pennsylvania. Hi, Jay. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hello, I think I got on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I clicked on the wrong button there. I'm sorry. Blue Zero is calling from the chat room. That's an interesting way to do it. Hi, Blue. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hey, Noah. I've got a little problems besides my clients wants me to be doing Skype. I mean, not Skype. I'm thinking Sync thing, but I'm trying Dropbox. That's where I'm coming from. How can I set up Sync thing to where? How can I sync it up where I can get to the clients and mine all together? I cannot think of the steps.
Let me ask you this: Are you absolutely married to SyncThing as a solution, or are you just looking for file synchronization?
File sync would be.
I'll tell you why I'm asking, Blue. I'm asking because a couple of weeks ago on the Ask Noah Show, we talked about C-File, and I gave it a pretty good review. I thought anyway, what I have found since that time, having used it not only now personally, but we rented a server for Altispeed, and we're actually using it company wide now. However good of a review I gave it before, it's twice that good now. As time has gone on, I have come to love C-File even more, and I have had a chance to torture test it even more. I went to the lake, Blue. I was out at the lake, and I had almost no internet. I had like just a meg up and 2 megs down, and I was still able to let C-File do its thing and move files around. So my suggestion to you is take a look at C-File. Yeah, and see if that wouldn't work for you. You said you're coming from Dropbox?
Yeah, I'm trying to go all open source for my company. So I couldn't, for the life of me, could not think of C-File
Yeah, okay. Well, I tell you what, that's my suggestion to you is take a look at C-File. In fact, I'll do you one better. I'm going to put you back on hold. You stay there. Sarah will pick up and get your particulars from you. And one of the things that we were running a promo a couple of weeks ago where we said that we would, I would assign one of our server technicians to set up C-File for a select number of people. And a couple of people have taken that offer up, and a couple of you guys haven't actually gotten back to us. We've opened a ticket up for you, and we'll address that a little bit later towards the bottom of the hour, because I want to get to our next guest. But if you hang on the line, Sarah will get your particulars, and she will, and we'll get in touch with you, and I'll have one of our technicians set that up for free. You just provide us with a server or a virtual instance from DigitalOcean or something like that, and we will get it set up. Now, this is going to be the first call-in guest we've ever had on the Ask Noah show, and it couldn't be a better one because this is a guy who has really helped the Ask Noah show get started. Michael Tunnell is the owner and operator of VisuX, the visual excellence company that does web design, graphic design. He actually designed and implemented the Ask Noah dashboard, and also all of the graphics that you see on the screen. With the exception of the actual logo itself, all of that and the movement and stuff was all done by Michael Tunnell. Michael's joining us today. Hi, Michael. Welcome to the Ask Noah show.
Hi to you.
Hey, great to have you. So I understand that Michael is a longtime KDE user and actually is a KDE Neon user. And I understand that you guys in the KDE world have been making some big strides lately.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The Plasma 5.10 release was just last Tuesday. And a lot of cool things has come out. And one of the things I use Neon for is because within like an hour or two of the Plasma 5.10 release, Neon gets the update.
That's fantastic. Tell me a little bit about so for those that don't know, KDE is a desktop environment. Usually it's combined with a base operating system that kind of gives you the distro, so to speak. KDE Neon is kind of an interesting animal because it's the KDE desktop environment paired with the Ubuntu underpinnings, but it's not full on Ubuntu. It's just kind of the Ubuntu base. Do I kind of have that right?
Yeah, and technically it's not even really a distro. They decided to not call it a distro because they don't handle anything to do with Ubuntu's core. So essentially Neon is Ubuntu as it is with Plasma and the KDE stack on top of it. So the Neon team only handles all the KDE stuff, so there's a bunch of KDE applications like Kdenlive and things like that get updated, and they're handled by the Neon team. But all the updates, like security features and things like that, is controlled by Canonical and Ubuntu.
So tell me some of the new things that have come out in KDE.
Well, one of the coolest things so far is I think it's really cool, is you can customize your boot screen. And it's kind of like people might be thinking, why would you want to do that? And it's just a nice polish that you can do, so when someone sees your computer, even when you're booting up, it's customized to however you want it to be, not just wallpaper, but even your boot screen.
That seems
and there's some cool.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I was just saying, there's also some cool stuff that are more user workflow specific. Like there's this new thing called spring loading, which allows you to just move files over like a folder on your desktop, and a temporary window will pop up, and you just drop files there. And that way you can move files into a folder or into multiple subfolders without ever opening your file manager directly from the desktop.
That's awesome. The KDE desktop is something that has intrigued me, and it's been more on my radar lately because I have been using GNOME more and finding some of the pain points in GNOME. And so actually just last week I was talking to Rikai and Chris, and they were saying, no, you should really give KDE a shot. And when I started to think about what I would do, the main reason I was on Entergos was because it had, it was just a really easy, simple way for me to get stock GNOME and then play with it. But I think if I was going to look at a KDE distro, I'd probably look at something, exactly like what KDE Neon is doing. And do you think that would be a good choice for somebody like me who just wants to basically get work done?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, KDE Neon and Kubuntu have their both pros and cons. If you are a new user to Linux in general, and you want to have applications that are set for you and things that are set up for you in a more easy to jump in way, then that's Kubuntu. KDE Neon is for people who want to have a minimal install and then customize it from there. So like with Neon, you get an image viewer, a browser, the KDE stack of system settings and stuff like that. But that's pretty much it. You don't get an Office suite or any kind of thing like any custom like media players. You do get VLC, but it's not the best in my opinion. But that doesn't matter. So I would say KDE Neon is something that for you would be perfect, but it's not best for everyone. So I just wanted to clarify that some people Kubuntu is good for them, and for me personally, I think Neon is the most interesting and has the most potential for anyone who's looking in for Plasma and has at least a little bit of experience with Linux.
Now, early on, when Canonical announced that Ubuntu was going to fall away from Unity and go to GNOME, you actually made a very compelling argument that they should have gone to KDE, and we were going to have you on the program to talk about it that week, and then we had an issue with our phone system. Would you care to talk about that now?
Absolutely. So technically what I said was not really that they should go to Plasma. I was wanting them to not abandon Unity because I like the Unity workflow and I like the innovations that they did with like the HUD and all of the screen real estate saving stuff they did. And a lot of the ideas that were made in Unity were actually created in Plasma by the community because they did a lot of cool things that the Plasma community was like, well, we want to continue that on our platform, and it's a good opportunity, I thought, for Canonical to, instead of abandoning Unity, they could take the Plasma platform and create a Unity-like environment based on a foundation of Plasma.
Okay, well that kind of makes sense. I guess I misrepresented you on the program than the first time, but that makes a lot of sense. Well, that's great. I'm glad to see that the KDE.
Well,
go ahead.
To be fair, I did actually name my video with clickbait, so I didn't actually specify that in the title.
Yeah, and it's got you 41,000 views, so it seems like you did something right.
It's now at 70,000.
Oh my goodness!
But yeah, but the idea was more. If you just if Canonical jumped onto Unity on Plasma, they could do some amazing things with it. Plasma by itself is not necessarily perfect for everyone, and I wouldn't say that Unity on Plasma would be either. But it could go so much farther because the few things that people disliked about Unity was the lack of customization.
Sure.
If you have Unity on top of Plasma, you can do anything you want. And personally, I'd probably even use Unity if it was built on Plasma.
Yeah,
it's just the limitation of how much I can control is what stopped me from using it in the first place.
Yeah, and the thing is, what's always kept me off of KDE in the past was there was always something else that I liked better, and slowly but surely, there are changes being made that are dwindling that away. And I played with KDE Neon just a little bit, and I've been really stoked about it. And we'll see what happens. Now is not the best time for me to be making a distro change, but definitely in the next few weeks, I might have to take another look at it. Michael,
Antergos does have a KDE version.
Yeah, I know. The thing is, I have a lot of issues with Antergos, though. Like I have had, well, I guess that's not necessarily true. I have issues that I attribute to Antergos, but I guess a lot of them are probably GNOME specific. Maybe I should give KDE on Antergos a try.
Yeah, and just to be pointed out, I really do like the GNOME workflow, and I don't necessarily like the Plasma default workflow. So while I am a huge proponent of Plasma, and I've been using it for years, it does work like GNOME in my setup.
Sure.
I call it GNOME.
GNOME. That's great. Michael, thanks so much for joining us. I know that the video that we were referring to earlier, it's a video produced by your channel, Tux Digital, and you've got another one coming out talking more about the changes in KDE. Where can people find that?
You just go to tuxdigital.com, and that's it.
Outstanding. Hey, Michael, I got a question for you. This is something I came up with at the top of my head, but it's live radio, and two, it's my show, so I can do it. I got another caller lined up here in the queue that's going to ask a question, and I'm pretty sure you and I are going to land on the exact same answer. You want to hang around and answer it with me?
Absolutely, sure.
Cool. Chris is calling from North Carolina. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Hi, Noah.
Hi,
I'm doing great.
Great. Thanks for calling the Ask Noah Show. Your question for Michael and me.
Is there a open source invoicing software that you would recommend for small business owners?
Michael?
Absolutely. Invoice Ninja.
You want to talk about it a little bit? Or?
Okay.
Yeah, Invoice Ninja is fantastic. They can go to invoiceninja.com or invoiceninja.org. The .com is their premium hosted version, which is like $10 a month or something. And they have the .org is the open source version where you can host it wherever you want. There is one small caveat which I consider irrelevant in general, because if you're talking about an invoicing software, you're going to be expecting to get money in. So I think their premium tiny little thing they have is fine. So what they do is they have a white label version for $20 per year, and that's it. You pay $20 a year, and they give you the full open source version with complete white labeling, and there's no reference of Invoice Ninja to your clients. So the best thing about Invoice Ninja is, one, it's open source, but two, it has invoicing, expenses, task management, not the most extensive project management tools, but it's got time tracking in your tasks, so you can set up each individual client has a task you want to complete. You can track it by the time that you want. And it has integration with your bank accounts. It can import the expenses you do, as far as like your business bank account has, we spent this particular thing for this expense, and then it will just import it into the Invoice Ninja automatically. I could talk for a very long time about how good this is.
Yeah, and the reason I kept Michael on for the call was a couple of months ago, full disclaimer, we have been using Beansbooks, which is an open source accounting software by, actually, I don't know if it's open source, but the code is available on GitHub. I'm not exactly sure what the license is, but it's put up by System 76, and we've been very happy with it. It works very, very well, and I've been recommending it to people as long as I've been using it. Well, a couple of months ago, I had recommended it to a gentleman, and he contacted System 76, and they said, well, we're not exactly accepting taking on new hosted people. The code is there. If you want to use it, that's fine. And, we know Noah, and he's been around, so we keep his stuff active, but we're not exactly, taking new people. And so since then, Michael and I had talked about this, and I said, if they ever shut the thing down, I have to have something to go to. What should I look at? And Michael had recommended Invoice Ninja to me, and I had looked at it, and it has glowing review from me. I think